Hello everybody and welcome to round number 6 of the Dortmund Sparkassen chess. This is the penultimate round, my favorite word in the English language. And I'm here with none other than t-shirt model Lawrence Trent to talk us through the action.
We are here, the penultimate round. We've had an action-filled tournament with four decisive results in 6 rounds. We make jest of that, but actually yesterday was pretty good action-wise.
I think 2 rounds in a row at least. We've had a lot of drama, maybe not decisive results, but
they could have
Bluebaum with the rook up for 8 hours against Andreikin.
Right.
Yesterday a lot of stuff could have happened. Fesace is playing exciting chess.
Yeah, Fesace is spicing things up. Even Kramnik is playing a bit offbeat stuff. So, you know, it's not like they've all been drab sort of Berlins every round and we're not getting anything. We are getting a bit of excitement, just no decisive results. And what that means is that we've got a weird situation standings-wise where there is the majority of the field is on 50%, the large majority of the field. One person is on 3 out of 5, Radek Vachier-Lagrave, and one person is on 2 out of 5, Vladimir Kramnik. The rest are on 2.5. So all.
Do you think we have a chance that everybody will finish on 3.5 out of 7?
That's theoretically possible, right?
Very much so.
So it would mean
Radek to win a game and Radek to lose a game, Kramnik to win a game. There you go.
That would be incredible. I would actually want that.
I know you would.
Anyway, today we can see the pairings: Vachier-Lagrave white against Fesace, Nisipeanu white against Andreikin, Wang white against Kramnik, and Bluebaum-Radjabov white against Vachier-Lagrave. So we'll see how those games.
We have liftoff. Shall we jump right in? Then we can make
so.
predictions, having
Sure.
seen the opening, which will increase our chances greatly.
I think so.
This game is MVL Fesace. I'm not an e4 player, but I've always had a soft spot for the 2 knights against the Caracan. Whenever people ask me, I don't know what to do against the Caracan, I tell them, play the 2 knights. The main theoretical line is bishop g4, h3 takes, and then you're supposed to be happy with black. But why are you so happy? You just gave up a good bishop. That's how I feel about it. And I'm thrilled that MVL has chosen this line for today's game.
Well, I have to say, my experience with the 2 knights, I've played it, has actually been very poor with white. I always seem to get in a lot of trouble in this position with white, mostly because I never
It's
really...
not your type of position. You need to patiently convert the 2 bishops, not like go for g4, g5, checkmate.
Well, actually, the point is that g4 is kind of one of the main ideas in this position, to give some luft to the queen, which can either go back to g2 or g3. You can also play like Nigel does here, just playing bishop e2, which is a very soft way of playing. The problem is the position.
Can you play d4?
You can play d4, but after de, knight f6.
I'm thrilled here.
Yeah, but this is the Vallejo stuff, which was shown to be not that great. I think knight a6 is a problem here.
How can this not be great? I'm already extremely happy.
Yeah, but this has kind of been...
I'll go g3, bishop g2. I have 2 bishops. White is better.
But
I
queen
think
a5?
Well, this is just cheapos.
No, it's actually bishop d2, knight b4.
Huh? I still don't believe it. Bishop e2. I've never seen this, but it looks great for white.
No, but then knight b4, was it? You have to go queen d1. And then, how did it go? Was it knight e4? I can't remember.
Oh, you're a big theoretician on these lines. Who knew?
No, but I mean, this is the problem with this line was demonstrated reasonably recently. You can put the engine on, because I can't remember.
Not yet. Not yet.
But
For
knight
now.
e4, for example? I mean, I know you can probably take it.
Can I?
I don't know. Probably. Bishop.
It's a mess. Bishop d2, queen d5.
d5, yeah. I remember something, but this is the point, that knight a6 was kind of... Otherwise, this queen d3 line, I would just play every game. Because basically after queen
I thought the point was you go d4, knight f6, and then after bishop d3, maybe you can grab the pawn.
No, but this is very dangerous, the pawn grab. I think just everybody in the world would play this otherwise, so...
Well, Maxime has gone his own way. He's played bishop e2.
He's gone for what Nigel used to do. But it is
Great tonight.
just a bit wet he's playing at the moment. So, Yeah, and playing with bishop c5 is kind of rare, I think.
Looks logical though. Control the d4 square.
Yeah, but the bishop's kind of weirdly placed. A lot of time it's much better on d6.
So like, what's White's plan here?
Well,
you
just
go
queen
g3,
yeah.
I castle.
Well, now you can even think about bishop h6 in the true Najdorf style.
You probably won't blunder mate.
Right. And now that the knight has come back, you can start thinking about how to...
I know how you will play. You'll play king h1, f4, and hope for the best.
I don't think so, actually.
No? How would you play? Rook ad1, bishop c1, then hope for the best?
I would definitely like to get d4 in if I could. So rook ad1 would be one of the moves I look at.
I don't know. I like bishops, even though this bishop, not the proudest bishop in the business.
And Maxim has played them, so they're in theory clearly.
Queen f4, very deep.
This
Preparing e5 and d4.
Right. Now, if this is the way to play against it, then I might start playing it again, because... Yeah.
There you go. Let's have a look at the other games. We have a bunch of interesting and some less interesting openings. We see Andreikin playing the Caro Pierce. A rare guest at this level. At least I call it the Caro Pierce. I'm not sure that's the official name.
Schmidt Caro?
I don't know. Like some people call it the Gorgonitze after f4 d5. I believe it's the Gorgonitze. Yeah. I played this through most of my childhood. I've had a very rough upbringing. So knight f3. The thing is, after knight f3, if you go d5 after h3, white is supposed to be better here. Like d e4 doesn't quite equalize. Knight f6, e5, knight e4 is not great. Some people like to play knight h6, but I don't enjoy playing like this either. So d5 after knight f3 is actually not considered to be critical, but you can play d6 and then argue, with the knight already committed to f3, all the most dangerous lines against the Pirc, or the modern, are no longer available, because most of the most dangerous setups include bishop e3, queen d2, and early h4, f3, or lines with f2 to f4, and you've avoided those. So, interesting little move order device by Andreikin. I also have been curious to see what he wants to do after f4. But
yeah, but knight f3 is the most common, I think, now, to not allow black the option to go d5 so easily. Knight f3, d6, and now a4.
D2's decided to play it very solidly today. Looks like after... Yeah, a4 is a side, obviously. You don't want to castle queenside, but you want to take early precautions against b5
Right.
after knight f6. I'm guessing, well, you can either play bishop to e2 or a setup I used to play when I was still a young man. It was h3 castles, bishop e3. I played a bunch of games here. After knight bd7, I used to play a5 and hope to get something like this. And after queen d6, you're a little better, you know. Typical German chess.
Very German.
And instead of e5, they normally play something like queen c7, intending rook b8, and then b5. When nothing special is happening.
Right.
Wang Yue against Kramnik.
This is really the
the game of the day.
Stuff dreams are made of.
At some point during Wang Yue's heyday, because many people forget, Wang Yue used to be a top 10 chess player in the world, like, I don't know, 7-8 years ago. Kramnik even said that Wang Yue is like a continuation of his own career, reminds him of himself. Very solid, doesn't lose games, positional player. I don't think Kramnik still feels that Wang Yue is his reincarnation. The ratings also say otherwise. But Kramnik certainly chose a very solid opening, shows he respects Wang Yue. Interestingly, Kramnik recently, his main opening has been the so-called semi-Tarrasch. He does not go for this, but instead he plays the Queen's Gambit declined, which he's always played. And a line which Peter Svidler the other day, when Nisipeanu played it against, was it against Wang Yue? I think it was Wang Yue and Nisipeanu. Peter Svidler said this is the goofiest of these Queen's Gambit declined lines that Kramnik is playing. That game went rook c1, and after c5, Nisipeanu didn't quite equalize. This time around, Wang Yue plays queen c2. How do you feel about Queen's Gambit declines?
I get a tingle in my belly every time I see them.
That's what I thought. And especially this line, I think, is right up your alley. Because after c5, cd5, cd4, the main line is knight d4, knight d5, bishop e7, knight e7. And then you try to exchange a bunch of stuff.
It is very exciting.
I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
White has a tiny edge because his pieces are slightly better, but more often than not, black will find a way to exchange a bunch of stuff. We'll see what they choose to do.
So
I guess this does not quite fit the bill.
Yeah, this looks a bit...
This is check.
Right. Having fun there, yeah? Queen takes a2. Queen cc2. And you're only mildly worse.
You're quite worse. Hang on. Oh yeah, you're an exchange down to add insult to injury. Rook c8, let's say. Possibly this won't happen.
Fantasy stuff.
After knight takes d4, which has happened. I believe you go knight takes d5. Your point is after knight takes d5 you can take on h4. And you don't worry about nothing. And therefore, what they normally do is bishop e7, knight e7. And Wang Yu is kind of hinting by playing queen c2, not rook c1. He doesn't mind a draw against Vladdy. And Vladdy.
I think he's going to castle long here.
Do you think so?
I think he should.
I don't think he will.
Do you think he should?
Well, yesterday he put his king on e2, so castling long would be an improvement.
Is it so bad?
No, but you don't do that. Especially not if you have Wang Yu. You play bishop e2, short castles, rook to d1, and see if you can keep a little something. I might consider g3.
Nah.
And then not do it. That's logical. You try to fianchetto it up.
Nah.
Nah? You're not impressed?
Looks goofy to me.
Sorry, man. Speaking of Bluebaum.
Wow, this is really...
Smooth segue.
This is a smooth... This is a real light your pants on fire opening. Have you ever lit your pants on fire by accident?
And not by accident.
But you have?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the Catalan.
Wow.
Recently, d takes c4 has fallen a bit out of favor, and almost everybody at the highest level plays bishop b4 or bishop e7. But Radek does not mind playing this line. The thing is, c5 is an attempt to equalize. Normally, when they used to play this, it was more to try to hang on to the pawn with a6 or c6. But that has really fallen out of fashion. And c5 is a line that's always been around. The problem is after c5 castles knight c6, white has a choice between three moves. dc5 played in the game, leading to a slightly better endgame. Knight e5 leading to sharp stuff, and queen a4 leading to also interesting positions. I believe queen a4 has been played by your boy Fabiano Caruana once or twice. But Bluebaum goes for the solid option dc5. Doesn't look like much, because white still has to win his pawn back. And then you might ask, why is he better? Which is a fair question, but this Catalan bishop, if let's say black does nothing, then you can easily end up in a slightly unpleasant situation because his bishop is so strong on this diagonal. Therefore, black normally says, there's a price to pay. If you want your pawn back, you have to cripple your pawn structure a little bit. Goes c3, takes castles. And in this position, the main line is knight b3, followed by knight fd4. They've also tried all kinds of things based on c4, bishop b2. And knight e1 is a move that has been played as well, has been around for a while. Which is what Bluebaum chooses today. Clearly not a surprise to Wojtaszek, who blitzes out bishop e7. His bishop has nothing to do on c5. Would get hit anyway. Knight to c4, rook to d8. And he's saying,
swap a few pieces off.
I know what I'm doing here. I've analyzed this deeply while I was following orders from Vachier-Lagrave, who said, this guy Kramnik plays a Catalan all the time, force me a draw in every line. And that's what Radek did. I made up that last part.
No,
but he
didn't.
clearly is a very good theoretician.
You
That's
didn't
what he's
make
doing.
it up.
That's true. I'm done.
Dry.
You choose that game.
Dry as...
Yes? What's your go-to reference for dry?
I can't use either of them on air. It's fair enough. Let's go to the MVL game, where he's blitzed out every move. Castles, rook d1. So he
so queen f4, and then he doesn't go e5, d4?
So why doesn't he? Curious, isn't it?
It is a bit curious. I was looking at tricks, but I don't see no tricks.
No, because this just doesn't...
Yeah, this is no good.
This is absolutely no good for black.
No, e5, you have to go knight e8. And now bishop e7 or bishop b6, and you just argue. This is a great effing caro for me. c5 or f6 will come so quickly.
Yeah, and the queen's kind of misplaced on f4.
Yeah, and you're not in time to go bishop d3 and knight e2. That's what you would like to do. But bishop d3, you get hit by c5 already, and you can't go knight e2 because of c4.
Understood. So rook d1 instead is kind of a way to...
Well, he says, yeah, I want to go d4, and then we'll talk about this e5 situation later. Well, I'm guessing that's what he's saying.
Also, maybe it's trying to provoke, because in some lines, black can go d4. It's not a ridiculous move at all. Where, for example, if the knight has to retreat to b1, you can follow it up with e5. And although you've sort of weakened some light square control, actually this space gaining stuff can be a bit annoying, especially now that the rook is on d1. There's no quick f4 happening. So like, for example, queen g3, and here it's not exactly clear how, you know, white benefits from this.
I'd be happy with white though. Just play slowly. 92, 93.
No, sure, but you know, black has some interesting plans sometimes. Maybe not here, but this bishop is so dumb.
Yeah, I don't like this. You're missing the light square bishop.
But I mean, it is a.
It can happen.
Posny
yeah.
played against me, and I got into a lot of trouble very quickly.
Sorry.
But maybe that's actually with my, some G pawn advanced.
Whoa, Andreikin. There's a discussion in the chat if the Pirc is an offbeat opening or not. It is at super tournament level. You don't see it often. People feel like giving the center is a bit too much, but it's not at even one level below. Like, I'm not very comfortable facing the Pirc, and at club level it's always been popular. But even the Pirc or modern aficionados, they typically play different move here, I would have thought. But Andreikin is saying, your move order strikes me as slightly shady, this very early a4. I try to use it by going bishop to g4. Whoa. The threat is bishop f3 probably. But what do you do after, let's say, bishop e2?
That is a good question.
I was curious
Does he want to...
about something along those lines.
Yeah, I was also thinking about this.
I'm not sure if it's any good.
Doesn't look any good, does it?
If white consolidates,
Me
once
too.
again, he has the two bishops for nothing. Well, knight e2 is a good move, no?
Also, this pawn on a4 is very useful because you can play a5 in so many lines. I mean, to give you an example, queen b6 here, a5 is a problem. Yeah, this would be a slight issue. So I'm not completely convinced by bishop g4.
I'm also curious what the idea is. Of course, you can make any move after bishop e2, play knight f6. But typically, bishop g4 is combined with trying to put quick pressure against d4, which is hard to do once you have the pawn on a6.
Right.
To explain, if you... Okay, this might not make a lot of sense, but in such a move order, it would make more sense to me, because knight c6 is coming. Like bishop e2, you go knight c6, this pawn is hanging. After d5, this is typical business. You take, put the knight here, then you can support it, and so on. So this is more standard stuff, but the combination of c6 and bishop g4, it's interesting. But Andreikin is one of these guys. I don't understand how he plays. He's a very interesting positional player, but I can't anticipate any of his moves, which make his game very educational for more standard people like me.
What's the chat saying?
I don't know, the chat is discussing what openings are offbeat. And typically you hear that argument, no, this is a great line because so-and-so played it in one game. But normally, if it's just played in one game, it's typically for very specific reasons, as a surprise. And it's, in my opinion, it's not coincidence that at super tournament level, they stick to a few openings most of the time. Like the Berlin, the Marshall, the Petrov, the Najdorf. are the overwhelming choice of the world's best players when
counter gambit.
the Albans when they face each other. But these openings normally aren't very appropriate for people even one notch below. And that's not because they're so difficult to understand, but it's because if you're, let's say, whatever, a 2-6 80 player like Dieter, you normally don't get that many super tournament invitations. So you make a living playing open tournaments, coaching, and playing league games. And there very often you will be in a situation your student doesn't want to know how you draw in 8,000 moves against the Marshall. In an open tournament, you don't want to play the Berlin to make a draw against the 2350. So your repertoire has to be different in order to, well, maximize your results. And that's often a challenge for people that normally play opens or play against slightly weaker opposition. And then you're thrown into a super tournament. And yeah, good luck playing against the Caruanas of the world with your modern and whatever it is.
Tough,
so it's a tough balance because you build your style. I'm also dealing with that. Like, I've always had the mainline boring openings, but mainly I play Thailand Open and Board 8 in German Bundesliga, where you don't want to force a draw in the Marshall every game. So it's a tough balance to handle, which of course is a luxury problem. If you get a chance to play a super tournament, go for it. But what I'm trying to say is, if you move a little away from the super tournament regulars, you get a wider range of openings typically. What openings would you play in a super tournament? Let's say they say, Lawrence, Magnus had to drop out of sync field. We have one wild card. It's yours. What will you do?
Try and stay on the board after 10 moves would be the first. I don't really know. I mean, I think I would be true to my style. You know, Queen's Gambit declined, Petrov and that kind of stuff.
Is that what you play? I never look at your games, so I honestly don't know.
Not often, but in this.
You're flexible, right? You can do anything.
Flexible. I'm like the Ivanchuk of the 2400s. You know.
Okay.
I play everything.
But you don't know anything.
But I don't know anything. No, I don't know what I would play. It depends on my opponent also. I mean, I would play according to my opponent. What kind of positions he likes, doesn't like.
And Heinrich Kressepal is asking, are top players sort of afraid to face these offbeat openings? Not really. Normally they would welcome it. They're more afraid to face somebody that knows everything in the Berlin. But of course it is true that they don't have as much practice if you're a super tournament regular. You just don't face the French or the modern very often. While if you're not, you will have more games there recently. Of course you'll have less games in the Berlin. But I think generally they welcome it. And they're not top players because they play in these super tournaments, but because they're extremely good. And the quote-unquote offbeat openings at the very least gives them a chance to show why they're extremely good. They leave more play on the board, which is often the idea of it as well.
Of course.
Fesace has played knight to e8 immediately.
Yeah, that looks logical to me.
Prophylactic.
Yeah.
After e5, the knight is no longer hanging. After d4, he can think about, I'm not sure if he will, but he can think about going bishop d6, e5, bishop c7. Then go for a very quick f6, while still having the option of going c5.
I like black's position. As I say, I find these positions very tricky to play with white. There aren't that many clear, obvious, like, what are the moves you look at? You look at d4, obviously.
Yeah. Me, I'm thrilled with white. Two bishops.
Yeah, but the bishops aren't really working.
Doesn't matter. They just have to be on the board.
Okay.
They'll have their say.
Queen
eventually.
Queen f3. Okay.
I'm not sure if queen e3 or queen f3 or where to go. But queen g5 also move.
Queen g5.
I'll do it just for you.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Contiello is saying, still the king's gambit with h4, knight g5 and so on will scare the hell out of all these super players.
Yeah,
especially if you play it regularly. Then they'll be really scared.
No, but I mean, it's funny because there is something to be said there. I think it was... Who was it who played... was it Nakamura against Gelfand, where Gelfand had never faced the king's gambit ever in his entire career? Do you remember that game?
No.
It was either Ivanchuk or Nakamura played Gelfand, and after e4, e5, f4, he didn't know what to do. never faced it. So there is, I mean, the point is there is some surprise value. Sorry, value in these surprise openings. But it really has to be from time to time, as Jan says.
It's also very exhausting because you have to come up with some new surprise every game. Like this, you can only play once. And people will have a mental note, d5 is winning here. Okay, I don't need to check this. How would I know? Think I'm that paranoid that I would spend a lot of time analyzing knight g5?
I don't know.
Yes, I did.
Did you?
Yeah, d5 is very good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, after ed you can go h6. Knight f7, king f7 is no longer so impressive.
Wow.
I'm not sure. I made that up, but
No, you didn't.
No, I do think that d5 was a good move. I haven't checked it forever.
Okay. This looks like a good move to me.
Thanks, man. Kramnik made a good move. He played knight to f6, castles, and bishop to d7. I love it. This game will end peacefully.
Will it?
Yes.
Will you give me odds on a decisive result?
Yes. 2-1.
I need more than that.
Come on.
You always say, come on. You're convinced it will end peacefully.
And there's a discussion about the King's Gambit. I never get that argument. I'm fine with offbeat openings. Play the Pierce, play the Modern, play the Caro-Kann. That's not even offbeat. The King's Gambit, you're just a pawn down for nothing after 2 moves. That's not cool at any level. But okay, I will stop arguing against the King's Gambit. As long as you're enjoying it. Do it.
Yeah, don't listen to Jan, guys. Do it.
Yeah, and good luck being worse after knight f6, g5, h6, d6, d5, knight e7, or bishop e7 in this position. Every other move, I'm not sure. Yeah, you might be okay.
Exactly. So, like, the majority of moves there are bad. So.
There you go. Simple mathematics. Knight f6 is very strong, by the way.
Is it?
My friend Ivan Salgado, he wrote a book, which I highly recommend. It's a Kindle e-book. It costs like $5. About e4, e5, f4, ef.
Knight f3,
Knight f3, knight f6. And he
I don't
just
know,
analyzes this till a black advantage. And
I haven't even seen. What's the idea? That e5, knight h5?
e5, knight h5, yeah. Pawn up.
Wow. That's so sick.
You go d6, undermine the center, and you win. Or you go g5. Or
Wow.
d6.
Is it
Very
so
strong.
easy?
Yeah. No, it gets complicated, but it's a good line.
Wow.
There you
Never
go.
thought about that. Wow. I'm excited.
I know you are. But yeah.
Yeah,
Do you think Wang Yue should have played the King's Gambit? Magnus once played the King's Gambit against Wang Yue. But that was a very Wang Yue-esque choice. I don't think Wang Yue took the pawn. Didn't he? Or was it Hikaru?
Also,
I think Magnus played the King's
Also,
Gambit
not
against Wang
taking
Yue.
the pawn is a bit better for black as well.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
3 bishop c4 in King's Gambit is also covered in Salgado's book.
Wow.
I won't give away all his secrets, but he also analyzed this to
What does
black
he
advantage.
like after bishop c4?
I'm not telling you.
Tell me.
I'm not telling you.
Do it.
No.
Why not?
Because you have to get his book. It's an excellent book. Put a lot of work into it.
Now queen g3. It all makes sense.
Does it?
Nope.
It's very deep. What are you doing, Maxime? Do you want to go queen h2 next?
He could have gone queen g3 on move 9.
Yeah, but he wants to go bishop g5 with tempo. It does not make sense. And maybe after bishop d6 he wants to go f4. Like a true hacker.
Wow.
I can't believe you don't like this. You normally spend 8 moves in the opening to get your queen to h4. It's already here and you're complaining.
Wow. Can I go d4 now? Let's just try this.
But d4, I don't like this
E5.
fixing the structure business. But aren't you a King's Gambit, King's
No, I
Indian
understand.
hacker? Like
No, but
even
no.
f5, I don't have to go f5, but I can.
Okay, and now bishop e7. What's going to happen? Is this so great for white? I mean, I was always
I don't know.
always of the opinion that this is nice for black in some ways. I mean, white's queen side is just so, you know, knight d2, bishop h4, bishop g5s are coming. If the dark square bishops get exchanged, black's going knight d6, c5, b5, c4. A lot of play on the queen side very quickly. Knight d6. b5.
b5.
Yeah. I mean, I just prefer black here. Maybe it's a stylistic thing. I don't know.
Maybe it is. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, what is
do not
White
prefer
doing
black.
here? Sorry, you want to go
Okay.
C3 or something?
No, I don't have a plan.
Okay. You know what they say: a man without a plan is Jan
Is
Gustafsson.
as good as his word.
Jan Gustafsson.
I think they have said that, and it did hurt my feelings.
I think, yeah, I'm not convinced.
Are you convinced by Bishop E2?
Yes, this is a good move.
I like it too. Unpinning. I'm not quite sure what Andreikin's idea is.
He's just trying to freestyle it, and it's...
Yeah, maybe he's going to go E6,
Oh,
D5.
goodness, I hope not.
That's dangerous to freestyle against Nisipeanu.
Yeah, I think he's the wrong guy to freestyle against.
Nisi enjoys his freestyle as well. Is anything happening in Bluebaum-Radjabov?
This is extremely exciting.
Wojtaszek has more time than he started the game with.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that he's still in book.
Uh-huh. That old book.
I'm no longer in book. I shall consult the engine. No, not the engine. The what's it called?
The databank. Datenbank.
Datenbank. That's the word I was looking for. Database. To see if their stuff has happened before. Probably it only happened on Radek Wojtaszek's computer screen. They're following a game Giri Lamy, which saw this. But then Lamy took on D1 first. And Wojtaszek has the innovation. Leave the rooks on the board. Go bishop D7. Typical little maneuver. I always enjoy going bishop D7, bishop E8, whenever I can. Do you despise chess playing played this way?
I don't really. Knight D3. I mean, knight is coming to C5, so maybe
Is
go
it though?
B6. Yeah. Why not?
Or even bishop E8. Like, I'm not sure how worried I am
Maybe I
about
prefer
this.
black. I don't know.
Nah, it's equal. But clearly, Wojtaszek
Black
is
gets
on
in
his own work.
B6, rook B8. Suddenly I've got this weakness on C3.
Yeah. It's always enough. Activity. Maybe knight D3 is not the way to go. What can we do? Knight C4. Still B6.
Yeah, B6 looks logical.
Should be 8. No, I hear you. Black at least can dream of a world where he's better. But I believe that white is always active enough to create something. Or worst case scenario, exchange a c-pawn. But it does not look like Bluebaum managed to put any pressure
No,
on
not
Radek.
at all.
Well, Radek is just blitzing out his prep. Wojtaszek, the tournament leader, the only player with a plus score after 5 rounds. How often does that happen?
Once in every 23 tournaments.
That sounds about right. Didn't Kasparov once win Linares and he was the only one with a plus score and everybody else had -1?
Could be. I can't remember that, I have to say.
I can remember.
What year was it?
I don't know.
Let's look at this game quickly. Wang Yue. So rook FD1, queen B6. Now I expect there's only really one serious move in the position. Queen to
B3?
B3.
Yeah, I like it.
I think it's
Maybe
good.
you can wait for half a move, like rook c1, rook c8, and then go queen b3.
But challenging this queen makes sense.
Boom. And what about taking?
Taking is decent. Knight takes.
It's exciting. It's a bit like the Wojtaszek game.
It is. Rook AC8.
You want to go rook fd8, bishop e8, b6.
Why
But
not?
white has a better version. White did not break his pawns.
Exactly. So
He's safe.
it's only plus minus now.
No, it's only draw. And Carlos MF Santos is complaining. Kramnik in the Queen's Gambit decline with black and no Semitaraj.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned the same thing. But he's always been a QGD player as well.
Do you like calling it QGD?
I do love it. IQP and QGD are like my favorite.
Does it make you sound? Do you feel more?
I feel more
intelligent?
competent, yeah. Mhm. It's like, in general, I like all these terms. BRB, AFK, ICQ.
AFIK.
AFIK. ICY. ICYMI.
R2D2. CP30.
Bob.
Bob Haggett. So let's go to the Andreikin game, which is really the only one that's
What do you call these 3-letter shortenings?
acronyms?
Is it acronyms? No.
Yeah.
I don't speak English.
Is it acronym?
I don't think
You can look for acronym right now.
I could do that.
Pretty sure it's acronym. No, I'm
Are you sure?
Well.
Give me an example. A few examples of each type.
Huh.
NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
I mean,
Scuba, self-contained underwater breathing apparatus. I did not know that. Scuba diving, wow. Okay.
Was it right?
Yeah, you're right.
Wow.
And Andreikin played d6 to d5.
Yeah, wasting a move, but
Breaking all the rules.
But actually, it's quite interesting, right? Because after ED5, actually, hold on a second. 1 second. Are you giving me a second?
Ulf Hammerstorm is saying acronym is when it's pronounced as a word. That's what I saw.
So what is it when it's...
What is it when it's AFK?
Abbreviated like that? I don't know.
It's just an abbreviation.
Is it? It can't be. Must have a word.
I don't know. So what do you do here?
I'm thinking, actually.
Okay.
So the first question is, like, there are 2 or 3 moves that come to mind. First is ED5, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah, because sometimes you want to throw in 95 very quickly. 95.
Now it looks like very soft.
Yeah. It's not very soft. I mean, it's semi-soft, I would say.
I've made that joke. I'm not sure. Knight c6.
Yeah, and the thing is, after knight c6... After knight c6, can I go queen b5, or is this just too much?
I don't know.
Yeah, D.
Who knows? It feels a little much.
Well, E6 definitely feels a little much. I'm happy with E6.
No, it could work. A strange position.
D5 and B7 are hanging.
That is true.
So...
So?
Do you go back?
Ah, I was still staring at this.
Okay. Yeah, but knight D5. Wow. Bringing the big boys out. Does this work?
I don't know.
Knight C3? Or what's your point?
My
You
point
want to go knight
is...
C3, knight D4 or something?
I don't know what I want. That's my big problem. I'm so indecisive.
You are. Well, worst case, I can go queen C4 and castles and queen takes F7 in the end. I mean, it's a bit I mean, it shouldn't work for black, right? He is breaking a lot of rules here.
I'm not sure. Like, he wasted tempo on d6, d5, but you could argue that a2 to a4 doesn't really contribute much.
But actually, this is the thing is, in a lot of lines here it does, after ED, so...
Okay, so ED, CD, knight e5, takes. Let's be very humble.
You want to be humble?
I was told I could do with some humility.
Okay.
After you're done thinking what queen f3,
no,
f6, g4. Like,
come on. I'm mad,
it's interesting.
But, is it? Nah, you can just castle.
g5.
Knight e4.
Knight takes.
Yeah, but these positions are always... You're playing with fire.
Fire.
Really playing with fire. Don't know if I go f6 here first. Or...
Whoa.
Did I miss queen b7?
I don't know if you did. Maybe it was a sacrifice.
Nah, let's go back. Knight c6, is this any good? I mean...
Pawn up?
Yeah, a bit random.
It's very random, and I do not think it will happen.
No.
Or of course playing d6 and d5, and then a6 is encouraging white to do something active. So what would you do here?
It's a very good question, actually. It's not very good. I mean,
it might be the best question ever asked. Lawrence, which move will you play in this position? Wow, no one's ever asked me that. Would you play h4 followed by h5?
I would definitely consider h4. It's not so stupid at all, by the way.
It's quite stupid.
Is it?
I don't know.
It looks dangerous to me. No kingside defenders at all.
That is true.
Castles? Okay. Good luck. Queen e... No, queen e5.
Queen e5? No d?
No.
Okay. Does look dangerous.
I mean...
Let me just show a sample line.
Yeah, this is cute. Draw.
Not draw.
Bishop g7 is also made into 3. But,
I wanted this pawn first.
okay.
Just a sample line.
Also queen h6, we should point out, is checkmate.
Uh-huh.
Just for the patterns out there. The pattern
Okay.
recognition peeps.
General pattern.
So, I would definitely consider h4. But, I mean, this is just one subline of many, right? So it's kind of a... I don't know.
I'm not even sure about ed5 at all.
Okay, but
Many
what do,
moves here.
what do you want to do?
I don't know. I like developing pieces.
Bishop e3?
Why not? It's a bit passive, I will admit.
D?
Knight e?
Yeah. But the bishops are weirdly placed here, no?
Yeah.
Knight d7.
You know I don't want much out of life.
But I
just want to play this. But okay, it's not much.
This is like a dream...
Dream Vallejo Caro-Kann.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. But
It's
a6.
still fine.
Knight d5, a6.
Bishops.
Nah. Maybe knight d5 first. But then a6 is a problem.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about bishop e3.
No, I'm not sure about bishop e3. Feels a bit passive to me.
What about queen d3?
It's more up Vallejo Street, but probably winning a pawn for black.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. I kind of agree that ed5 is the most principled move, trying to open the position. e5 I'm not so sure about with the knight on f3 here. Even these f6s you can think about.
I don't like e5.
I think it's there, but it doesn't. It's not so harmonious with knight c3, a4. But it's still an option for sure.
Maybe you can just castle as well. Should be pointed out.
Yeah, I was concerned that you might take my pawn.
Okay. Queen e2.
That is true. This looks very dangerous, actually.
Looks like
here
rook d1 is coming as well. So there's a...
That's fair.
So like just to give an example, knight f6, I'd go rook d1. Problem is queen e5 is really irritating.
What's your example?
No, this is the example.
Okay.
The thing is, if you go anywhere else with the queen b6 gets hit by a5, but I mean in general the point is knight f6, bishop f6. Knight d6 is an issue, but knight f6, bishop f6, bishop h6 ideas, keeping the king in the center. White gets a lot of initiative, well-known kind of idea. This is dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Maybe it's not.
But sometimes it works, sometimes it just works.
So, these are the positions which frustrate me most.
I know.
In
You've
chess.
done something so entertaining, and you're just a pawn down. I'm not sure if it works, so it does look dangerous, I'll admit.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
So,
Castle comes next. We will see what Dieter comes up with.
yeah.
Very freestyle, very early on, and I'd be surprised if this position has been seen ever before. How surprised? I don't know. Oh, and there's lots of games. I could not have been more wrong.
What, with d5?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bishop e3 is the most common move here, followed by ed5, and then castles. e5 was played once, knight g5 was played once. Lots of games. Who would have thought?
Any good players playing with white?
year? International Masters. Grandmaster Ivanov. Or is he? Is he Grandmaster? Ivanov has played this many a time. It's his favorite line in the whole wide world.
Wow.
There you go. Wang played a move I myself would have blitzed out as well. Queen to b3. Boom!
Would you have blitzed it out?
No, I would have thought for like 3-4 minutes.
But you would have played it,
yeah,
right?
Come on. No, Wang he's saying, I don't mind a draw today. His whole line is screaming that. And Kramnik's opening choice is also saying, okay, if you want to be solid and make a draw, exchange all the pieces, there's nothing I can do about it. And they're headed down that road.
You'd make a draw here with white, right?
Yeah.
Like 9 out of 10 times?
9.5.
Okay.
It's very solid. Like, you really have to do something dumb. No, maybe only 8 out of 10. Like against Kramnik, I'm capable of doing something. No.
Yeah, you might win.
Nah. Knight b5 played by...
Wow, with a threat.
Blueby. I'm not sure this is a threat, but at least it's something to think about.
Might be a threat.
A food for thought.
Do you like that saying, a food for thought?
People have been using it, ironically, in chess circles now.
Because of...
I'm not sure who popularized it, but
I think
people
Bogdan
are saying
Halit.
a food for thought instead of food for thought
Yeah.
a lot now.
Because Bogdan says a food for thought.
Ah, okay, that I didn't know. But I hear people are saying a food for thought, and I think it's fine.
They think it's good. Yeah, I think it's a Bogdan...
Maybe.
A boggy thing. Boggy.
Like, beware?
Boggy.
Let's see. Which game do you find the most interesting? Is it MVL, Fesace, or Nisipeanu, Andreikin? Because I know you're not interested at all in the other two.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. I find them both interesting. Equally.
Equally?
Yeah.
It's the same structure too.
Yeah. Similar. Yeah.
After d4, Fesace said, I'm done provoking you to push your pawns. I'll go to b6. I like that square. It's tough to make decisions here with either side. With white, you don't really want to commit to e5 or ed5. With black, you never want to go de4. I think it's the fan that makes everything collapse. Sorry, there's just stuff falling off the walls here.
That's what I'm saying. These positions are just not easy to play with white.
It's very fluid pawn structure. Is fluid the word you would use there? Moist?
Moist.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Maybe you can just go f6. No, you don't take on e4. Go bishop c7.
Unless it wants material.
Ask the queen where she wants to go. Yeah, okay. Careful.
Will you play g5?
Certainly think about it.
This would install the bathtub.
Right.
My favorite pawn formation.
That's right.
2 pawns defending and 2 pawns like anchoring.
What would you do here?
The hacker says it's a liquid pawn formation. Is it? What do you call it if the pawn formation is in flux and can take many different shapes?
Yeah, sort of.
It's like the T1000
Yeah.
of pawn structures.
Right.
I like bishop g5 though. I don't think you want to go f6.
I'm not convinced.
Don't care. I don't think you want to do it. It's weakening. Takes away squares.
So, what was the idea? Bishop c7, queen h4.
Still the same idea.
Okay.
Same
like
old, same old.
I even hear, like, I mean, you do have to analyze g5. I know it's crazy, but there are some forcing lines. Queen h6.
I'm not sure if you go to h6. but it's one square.
I mean, you have to analyze it. I'm not saying it's any good, but
Mm-hmm.
but actually, there's no sort of rook g8. I don't know.
I'm not a fan.
No, I know because it's very, very committal stuff. Knight g7.
Yeah, but just
come back. My pieces have somehow got in a bit of a mess, right?
Who knows? Like, I'm sure the line somehow continues, but it's hard to.
Yeah, I
Hard
mean,
to believe.
it's kind of Fesace's.
I think it's too much.
Too much for who?
Too much to handle. I just feel like f6 is.
So
too
what are
weak
you
here.
going to do after bishop g5?
Oh, something. Queen b8.
Bishop f4? Haven't you gained? Yeah, but now... Maybe. Is this the way?
Yeah, I don't think you play bishop f4.
Queen h4?
I don't know, this looks a little
That's what
far
I'm
away.
saying. I mean, like... I think you're overestimating how bad things are. Bit like in life. We were having dinner yesterday talking about how depressed we both are, and
It's a hard knock life.
it really... We're not depressed, guys. We actually had a very uplifting conversation. Did we? Thought it was uplifting. Gonna pour myself some more water here. And Nisi, channeling the inner god. Nisi is strong.
Yes, he did take and go 95.
Yeah, he understands how to play these positions. For a start, bishop takes e5 might be a good move here. No, it's not a good move. Maybe it is. No, bishop e5. It's interesting.
Bishop e5? Why is this interesting?
Well, because now after d, bishop e2, queen e2, I'm playing knight c6. Potentially.
Nah.
You wanted
E6
to go
even,
e6?
huh?
Yeah, I know, I understand. I thought it wasn't so disastrous after fe, but yeah, maybe it is.
Looks fairly disastrous.
I'm not sure it does, but I play a lot of these positions. I understand when one is disastrous and not. I don't feel like this one is.
Okay. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I know. I'm not a fan of the whole thing. Bishop
Could also
g4.
take here. of
Nah,
course,
but this is great for black. Bishop g7.
Great for black. It's a bit
Yeah.
of an exaggeration, but it's playable for black. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
agree
you're
with
going e6 next, and this bishop looks stupid on g4.
that. I agree.
So, I don't know. Maybe.
Let's welcome Shows to the show. How you doing, Shows?
Shows, welcome.
AB3. Wow.
Playing for the win. He wants to go quick b4, b5.
No, he just thought it's unfair if his pawn structure is not crippled. And Bluebaum is doing the same thing, but does have a crippled pawn structure.
Right. AB3 is kind of...
It's a bit out of character for this game. I don't think it risks anything. But I thought he just was intending to be super solid today.
I quite like AB3. You kind of pin the rook down to A8 for one move. You say to black, okay, what's your move? Knight c6, bishop f3 is obviously the idea, I assume.
Do you assume that?
Yeah. Knight db5.
Carnicero is saying, sad to know Jan can't cool us down when it's hot. What does that mean? And hi Kalnering.
Knight db5 is unpleasant, no?
Yeah, I agree. This is slightly awkward. I'm not sure if you're threatening anything. But you could be. For example, here, here, here. Oof.
That's unpleasant.
Tarp. Still feels equal. We just need to make some precise moves, which will be impossible to.
Yeah, doesn't feel equal now.
Doesn't it?
Nah.
Nah. I think it's still equal. Can I handle this? Nah. It's too strong.
Knight a4. Even I'd be confident against Kramnik.
Would you crush Kramnik from this position?
Probably.
Which one? This one or the one after AB3?
No, just after AB3.
King f8 has been played.
Yeah, looks sensible.
Oh, I thought this was the Kramnik game, but it's actually not. These games are so similar.
They are.
Carnicero says, it means that you're not a fan, as you said. I'm so slow with the jokes. Is fan the official word, or is it like slang for something?
Oh. Kramnik's played a move I looked at briefly and didn't calculate further. I thought it was quite
A5, there you go. Fixing the weakness on B3.
Very committal though, giving away this square. Might be a great move. Might not. So bishop f3. What's the idea?
I'm not sure. Just this anyway.
Knight db5.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
I mean, knight a4 is coming again.
Yep.
Don't know.
Still a feeling.
Wow. Okay. So if you can solve it by tactical means, you're doing great. I think I would get a plus score against Kramnik from this position with white. Do you agree? What's going on, Jan?
You don't want to know. I'm talking to Peter. Shall we bring in Peter to explain us?
Peter Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
Lord of the Rings?
The director, not Frodo. We tried to get Frodo. Okay. But no, we will try to call Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler.
Is he Super Grandmaster?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
I trust you.
Do you trust him?
No.
We can do the thing we're waiting for all day. Split a pair of earphones and then see if we can hear Peter. If you guys can still hear us. Hello, Peter.
Well, I can hear you, but I don't know about the rest of it.
Hello. Me neither.
Привет, друг.
Yeah. Cut it out with the Druk nonsense.
I am no friend. You are no friend of mine.
Let's get a little feedback how the audio is. We've been struggling with echoes and all that. So please let us know that.
Well, I did all I could on my end. I switched everything else off and
sounds like we're doing good.
Not
How you
even
doing,
watching
Peter?
your picture, which is maybe a mistake because I will not really be able to follow very closely. But let's give it a shot.
So, which game has caught your attention?
Well, I've heard this question before. Well, there's two games where a draw is, I think, highly likely. I think Bluebaum attempting to catch Radek out in a highly theoretical Catalan was never going to fly. And Radek actually, despite I think 91 potentially maybe is a bit of a novelty. At least I wasn't aware this was a move. But Radek is still blitzing, sort of 17 moves in, and
No, 91 was played in Vachier-Lagrave. We just looked it up. His
okay. Then
new
in
move
particular,
was Bishop D7 on move 14.
okay, even if it's not even a novelty and it has been played in a high-profile game, it does feel like a bit of a futile attempt against Radek because Radek knows his stuff as is, well reported everywhere. So, if you're not accurate in positions like this, at some point, Black has a healthier structure. It's a bit early to say to talk about that. Obviously, White is never worse if he's careful, but. Black is also completely fine, and the 138 on the clock I think is a very large indicator of how this game is going. And Vladi is back to his normal stuff against. I mean, what we were kind of used to for years and years. Not his normal stuff these days, maybe, but normal stuff if you take his career in general. Extremely solid repertoire with Black. Totally equal by move 15.
Is this so equal after
yeah.
Bishop F3?
Yeah, it really is. Bishop F3, I might even go E5, I think. Followed by Bishop F5. I was briefly kind of thinking about this myself. Because Bishop F3 is a move you would like to make. I think Black is fine if he goes Rook AC8 as well. I don't think there are any threats. But I think E5 might be a decent reply. Knight goes anywhere. I go Bishop F5. And I might go E4 later on if you allow me. And if you play E4 yourself, your bishop on F3 just kind of dies.
Why can't I take your pawn? Or are we talking about different positions?
No, bishop F3. Bishop F3 in the current position. I go E5. Where does a knight?
DB5.
There's a queen on B6. I thought I can take it twice.
You're 3 moves behind.
Yeah, you have a different position. They played queen b6, queen b3, queen takes b3, a takes b3, and a5.
How come mine is still not updating? How is this?
Sorry, man.
So
It
AB3
takes a long time for the moves to get to Russia. It's not.
Yeah. So queen b3.
Queen b3, move 15.
Yeah, and Vlad played what?
He took on b3.
Yeah.
A takes b3 and played a5, which I felt
A5.
was very committal.
It is very committal, yeah. No, this position I would need to actually think a bit. And I mean, Bishop F3 is the obvious continuation. But, I mean, he is at an hour and 29 as well, so you get the feeling he is not particularly surprised by any of this. How bad is his position if he just goes knight d5?
Yeah, I was looking.
But that's not a particularly nice decision to make. I would like to do something else. Yeah, e5 knight db5 is not that comfortable, although there we can play bishop c6 maybe, but it's definitely slightly more pleasant for white to play.
Yeah, there are squares.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why a5 was so necessary, but maybe he knows something.
He probably knows something.
Maybe he's trying to play for a win, fixing the pawn on b3.
Well, it's fixing the pawn on b3 is a thing, but allowing bishop f3 is a bit weird. But he generally knows what he's doing in these types of positions. We'll see. And there are two games which are
random,
which have potential. Nisipeanu Andreikin is, although, I mean, if Black is careful, his structure is so solid here that he shouldn't really be in any kind of trouble. But in general, when people play the Beards, it's a good indication that at least one of the two is actively looking for sort of spoiling for a fight. But
have you ever seen this line before? This bishop g4 and d5.
No, but it does make some sense, because if you play g5, you kind of want to to play e6 later on to make sure your structure is extremely solid. And to do that, you would ideally like to get your light square bishops out of the way. And trade it for a knight even is maybe the best outcome, which is why knight e5 happened, not allowing the bishop to take on f3 maybe, because it's just not a particularly necessary piece for black in this kind of reversed Carlsbad type structures. After knight e5, I mean, black's only concern is that he is slightly behind in development, but I'm sure if he plays carefully, he should be able to complete development, and then he is just fine to my eyes.
How do you do it though? Bishop e2, queen e2?
Yeah, bishop e2, queen e2. I mean, a6 is pushing it a little bit. I'm not sure if it's bad, but it is pushing it a little bit. I think...
we looked at a6 and we couldn't decide if queen f3, knight f6, g4 was serious. My best guess is no, but it might win a pawn.
It might win a pawn, but there will probably be a ton of positional compensation. Right. So, why is queen f3, knight f6, bishop g5 not a thing?
Definitely,
just e6 or
threaten anything? Just castles, I thought.
Ah, you want to take with the e pawn?
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure. I mean, how happy will you be there? Like, if I take on knight d3, but you do have knight c6. It's a bit awkward. On the other hand, I mean, if I play knight e2 and c3 and manage to castle, your structure will be an issue for the remainder.
That is true.
But I think I can't actually refute bishop g5 e6, at least for the time being. So maybe black can just say, okay, show me why I can't. But I mean, it is a kind of a permanent self-pin, which is not that attractive, just castles, and it's a bit annoying because you probably will have to play h6 and g5 at some point to unpin yourself, which is not that great. So yeah, there's still some practical decisions to consider. Also, maybe takes knight c6, and after queen b5, maybe we can find some smart way to proceed. But I'm so far not really seeing it. I mean, there are a number of options, but I'm not really in love with any of them. Like
yeah, neither will we.
Rook c8 maybe, but queen takes b7 looks a bit annoying. So yeah, it all depends on whether white can make significant progress in the next couple of tempi, because if black actually gets all of his moves in, which is bishop takes e2, and then, for instance, if you imagine black playing e6, knight e7, and knight bc6, you could make an argument that black is already slightly better.
Agreed.
Sure.
Because the knight on c3 is just not on the correct square. It will take some time to reroute it to some decent squares, and black is just completely fine. But yeah, he will have to find a move after takes, or perhaps he might want to. But yeah, going back and allowing bishop b5 check is not really something you want to do here. So I assume he starts by taking on e2, and then thinks. We'll see what happens there. And MVL versus Fesace is a. It also, it has the potential of becoming very interesting, or it has the potential of becoming very dry as well, because for the time being, Fesace is refraining from taking on e4 and going, let's say, knight f6, which was very much the option, I think, for the past couple of moves. And those types of positions are, I think, generally considered to be very close to completely equal, but they do favor white a little bit, and also, I think, we've seen this with Fesace. He much prefers positions where, there is hope for something sharp and double-edged, to positions where he is extremely solid but also slightly bored. And
tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of called off on that endgame he had against Radek, where I said, okay, just swap everything down and play this sort of marshalish start position, a pawn down, and you will draw it like, I don't know, 7.5 times out of 10. And instead of that, he did something completely different, and it got wilder and wilder, and at some point he was losing by force. Exactly. It's not a direct comparison, but I think today as well, I mean, a7, a6 is an indication that he doesn't really want to commit to any kind of simplification / kind of he doesn't want to determine what the structure is in the center until he is completely forced to.
He's just played a6.
Yeah, he did play a6, and it's a useful waiting move. It generally is a decent move in these types of positions, but mainly he's just saying, okay, you played a4. There may have been a reason to this. There may have been no particular reason. Who knows? Just show me what your next move is.
Show me what you got.
Yeah, I think like bishop f4 is probably what you play here because I mean, what else?
Bishop c7.
But then bishop c7 is definitely something you need to consider because I think this trade generally favors black. Maybe bishop g5 and ask whether you want to play
questions.
Queen c7 or queen b8 or whatever it is that black will play. Probably not f6. I'm reasonably comfortable predicting more or less anything but f6. Although even f6 is not completely ridiculous, but probably. No. But I mean, f6 you would have to connect with the idea of playing f5, and I've been looking at this structure for a while, and if not for the fact that the knight on the 8 is so stupid, I would actually argue f5 is not a horrible move. But the thing is, f5 e5.
Yeah.
You sort of like from the structural viewpoint, but your knight on the 8 is just so stupid, and maybe one reason black played a6 just now is white does something, black plays f5, and if white plays e5 in reply, you can play c5, and there will never be any knight b5 things.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be one explanation, one sort of actual constructive explanation for why.
Sounds like a bit of a stretch to me.
Well,
like
yeah.
He's had a bit
but I
too
mean,
much,
black doesn't.
too many skittles this morning.
Oh,
sorry, can you hear that?
He's just winging it.
I think he's just winging it as well. Can he hear us if we're doing this? He can't hear us. Okay.
Yeah, I can't hear you at all, obviously. But well, I am definitely just winging it, but I'm trying to sort of channel my inner Fesace there.
We're all winging it, mate. Life is winging it. Okay.
I don't know how good I am at channeling my inner Fesace, and you are probably correct in calling me out on that, but that's what you have to do.
You do. So, Vladdy has shown his idea. He's just put the bishop on c6 and said, you know what?
Yeah, that is probably the saner option compared to the e5 lines we were discussing, and he might even just take with the pawn straight away to get the square on d5 for his knights. Knight takes c6 is also not horrible, but it kind of allows some jumps. Like knight b5, d6 might be a bit annoying to contemplate, which is why I think maybe taking with the pawn immediately might not be completely ridiculous. But all in all, I'll be stunned if he loses this because he generally Vladdy, because he generally doesn't. Yeah, but eventually you will have to start doing something, and then your pawn because all of the means of progress white has in these types of positions were probably connected with taking on c6 at some point, and then your pawn on b3 should provide a way to counterbalance the weaknesses black has. But yeah, it's obviously slightly more pleasant to play with white, but he doesn't lose positions like this very often, is what I'm trying to say. And also, you're probably sort of never winning positions like this, so draw is a heavy favorite here. Although I did say the same about Wang Bluebaum yesterday, and was proven comprehensively incorrect on that.
One idea. I've just got an idea after bc6.
Sure.
Let me channel my inner Magnus Carlsen for a second.
Oh dear.
I want to go rook d4.
Yeah, rook da4, bishop d1 to protect the pawn on b3. This it does make certain perverse kind of sense.
As long as it makes perverse kind of sense, not just kind of sense.
It's the greatest move you've ever
Probably the greatest move I've ever made. So what do you do against that?
Well, I think you start by rook fb8, forcing the bishop to d1. At least I assume you're going to go bishop d1. And BC6 has been played by Vladdy, so we'll see if Wang Yue agrees with your idea. But it does
go here.
It does seem interesting because it poses an immediate problem. I'm actually kind of struggling to hold the pawn on a5, which is maybe
rook c4, rook c5. Isn't this a?
What are you suggesting to do?
No, I'm.
Knight
We
d5.
were looking at rook fp8, bishop d1, knight ed5, knight
And then
rook
they can
d8,
go,
knight c3, bc, knight d5.
Yeah, that might be sufficient. Rook c4.
Yeah,
But once we have
continues.
to go rook c4, it probably isn't that horrible for black, I guess. Still slightly better for white. I mean, I bring the king over to e2. I play bishop c2. At some point, I push this knight away with e4. Still not entirely equal.
He's gonna go rook d4. Nah. Yeah,
Not sure.
I don't think he has the skills to channel his inner Magnus Carlsen just like that.
I have to pay a monthly subscription to channel my inner Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
And in Krona. So it's...
Oh dear. Revelations coming thick and fast.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it still is this endgame is still very much alive, obviously, and I'm a bit surprised at how much life Vladdy has left in this position. To be honest, I don't think any of this was, strictly speaking, necessary.
Here's my theory. He thought this guy Wang Yue just wants to make a draw, so after queen b3 he took on autopilot, and then he was surprised that the guy played a takes b, and the game continues. Because knight takes b3 is the move you wanna...
Yeah, knight takes b3 is
to
just
draw.
completely equal because white will never really get anywhere. But yeah, ab3 may have surprised him a little bit, but it is a reasonably there's only two legal moves in that position. Also, ab3 does open the rook on a1, so it's I don't think there are probably holes in that theory, frankly, but we'll see.
Matthias has... I always pronounce his name incorrectly. What's the right way?
Matthias.
Matthias has leapt in with his knight onto c5, which looks threatening, but is it?
Does it look threatening?
I think so. Mildly.
Just take on d1 and king e7, knight d6.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is all about, to be honest. Takes, and more or less any sensible move. In particular, b6 followed by rook d8, I think. This is how you actually... No, hang on, I blundered the a7 pawn there. That's not great. That's not great.
We have to stop having him on.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's getting harder and harder too.
He can't hear anything if we whisper.
Okay.
He can't read Arlen. But is black ever going to be better here?
Well, not by a large margin, at least not to begin with. But yeah, it's not completely. I mean, if he stabilizes and fends off all these current threats, c3 is isolated, and you might have to defend some endgame for a while if black manages to solve his initial problems. I'm kind of struggling for the best solution after rook d1. What would you play there? There's all kinds of moves you can make, but none of them seem to be entirely satisfactory.
King e7, knight d6 is annoying, yeah?
Yeah, king e7, knight d6 I can't really make work because rook d8, knight cb7 is just bad, I think. And
dancing with the knights.
Yeah, and
dancing in.
I thought maybe just takes and go king e7, but once again after knight d6 you feel like you're not doing this justice. I'm a bit confused because it doesn't feel like knight c5 is the best move ever, but takes and maybe jump with the knight from c6 somewhere. I was looking at knight e5 because as usual I'm kind of looking for ways to centralize, but maybe knight a5 is stronger. Attacking
not hanging?
rook a8 I think actually catches this knight. So you go knight d6 and then I go b6, and I think I'm reasonably ready to meet whatever you do next with, natural moves.
Looks fine. And
It does look fine.
Has not channeled his inner Magnus Carlsen.
He's channeled his inner Wang Yue.
Rook a3 is
Similar
it's a similar idea. He will end up with rooks on a3 and a1 instead of a4 and a1, which might win him half a tempo somewhere, actually, because in particular, let's say if we discuss the same line we were discussing earlier, knight c3 is no longer a fork in that line.
Mm-hmm.
If we go rook fb8, rook da1, knight d5, bishop d1, you take on c3, you go knight d5, now I can actually go c4, because after knight c3 the rook is not hanging, I can play bishop c2. I'm not sure if it's good, but it gives white additional options.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's possibly it's an interesting fine-tune adjustment on what Lawrence was suggesting.
Yeah. I would only expect something like that, a fine-tuned adjustment, a bit like Jan. Jan's a fine-tuned adjustment of my chess, I would say.
I would agree with that statement.
Yeah. He played a6, Andrew.
Yeah, no, but I think it very much it tallies very well with what he is trying to do in this game, because
go h4.
He is sort of provoking Dieter into doing something ambitious here, because A, he is not really developing any of his pieces, and B, his structure, as we keep on mentioning, is so solid here that Dieter will understand that whatever he does here needs to be fast, or he will not really have any chance of.
Right.
How do you feel about h4, knight f6, h5 here?
It is, I assume, Lawrence's idea. So
my idea.
Your idea, okay. I
it
don't
was
think
on my radar. Don't worry.
I don't think knight f6 is forced, though. I think knight c6 might be a stronger reply, because I actually do not dislike this. I think it's I think the exchange sacrifice might be quite sound.
Yes. Knight c6 is
This is a better move, though.
Yeah.
Knight c6 more or less forces you to take, then your pawn on d4 is hanging, and then I might even have enough time to play h5, so you no longer have any of those fanciful ideas on the
bishop
kings.
e3.
Oh.
Yeah, bishop e3, and now I can.
Knight f6, a5.
Wow, a5.
Yeah, but if you want to play a5, I was looking at that. Maybe you want to do it immediately. I was kind of.
You just want to give d4.
But that's a whole other story. White does have this plan of playing a5 maybe straight away to prepare for knight c6, and to have, in case black goes knight c6, to have this idea of taking, and then trying to get the knight over to c5. Sort of a more slow, more positional type of reaction. But I think Dieter is not that kind of a chess player, so his eye will immediately be drawn to, first and foremost, of course, queen f3, and then trying to refute knight f6 with either g4 or bishop g5.
Right.
And secondly, something to do with something fast in the center or on the king side, because a5 does give black a a healthy tempo to spend on something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, it's worth noting that white can't even play knight a4 straight away, because the pawn on a5 is actually hanging. So you have to even prepare it for spending one more tempo on something like bishop d2 or somewhere at that point, I think Dieter just gives up on the whole idea and thinks,
he's not going to do that.
Yeah, this is just way too slow. I'm not interested.
He's going queen f3, h4, or... The thing is, he can't just castle, because after knight f6...
The immediate bishop g5 is not completely ridiculous.
G5,
By the way, queen f3, f6, is that a good move?
No.
Probably not, but it's a move you can. I mean, if you really dislike something about knight f6, you can try playing f6. But after knight d3, I think you probably won't like it.
I'm not a big fan myself.
Because it goes to f4, it goes to c5. You've created this hole on e6, which you will have to pay attention to for the rest of the game.
I was wondering if after knight d3, I can go knight c6.
You can go knight c6, but after bishop b3, your problems kind of remain. Yeah, and also queen takes d5 might just be a much better endgame for white, but that's a different question.
Yeah, I wasn't sure knight d4.
Yeah, knight takes d4 immediately. This might be playable, but bishop e3, e6.
Bishop e3 is
Bishop e3, e6, knight c5, queen e7. You're kind of still alive, but you know,
Not really though, yeah.
not a lot can not a lot has to go very wrong there for you to just kind of end up in a lost position. So that's a bit risky.
So let's once again look at queen f3, knight f6, g4. Then we thought just castles, but there might be other moves.
Yeah, castles or another. Hang on a second, but
knight c6.
why? Yeah, why can't I play knight c6, g5,
Yeah,
knight
knight
e5,
c6
d, knight d7?
Yeah, sorry. I think
No, that just completely refutes g4, I guess. No, g4 is not probably that great of an idea, but bishop g5 might be a serious move there.
Yeah.
After bishop g5, knight c6 is once again quite playable, though, as I now realize.
Well, I'd cast along here.
Yeah, although
guys like Lawrence, they probably but we played a4, we can't play long castles.
Yeah, queen f3, knight f6 already on my screen.
right.
And
On your radar or on your screen?
on my screen, yeah. So we'll see what Dieter plans to do here, I think, in the immediate future, because you don't really play queen f3 without settling on how you continue.
So you think he has not missed knight f6, but he's played queen f3, anticipating it, and has planned his reply?
Yeah, that would be my assumption. Although he might have to recheck. But I think he probably plays something reasonably fast. I think it's probably bishop g5 because you don't want to give black an additional tempo to think about how to set up his pieces, and bishop g5 is the most pressure white can exert here immediately.
This concept of rechecking by propagated by the most famous Grandmaster of all time, Grandmaster Flash. Check yourself or you wreck yourself, because I come real still, Phil. I'm bad for your else.
But he just said to check yourself, not to recheck yourself.
Oh, sorry.
It's a different
Apologize.
thing.
That was another song. That was the remix. The recheck.
I thought you meant Kotov when you said the most famous Grandmaster
Was it
of all
even
time.
Grandmaster Flash? Who did check yourself or you wreck yourself? I'm pretty sure it was Grandmaster Flash.
Peter, you talk.
The breadth of Lawrence's cultural references is
absolutely
staggering as usual.
It really is. Yeah. Maxime has decided, you know what? Don't really know what I'm doing here. Shove the H board up. Or...
Wow,
Yeah.
Larsen style.
Harry is on the
Harry
march.
is on his way. What's he doing?
Harry is on the march. Yeah. So what do we feel about F5
I feel
here?
great about that.
Let's,
F5 here? Ooh.
Yeah, let's.
EF?
No, EF is actually very decent for
F4.
black, because knight ef6, knight e4.
F3 I can't.
No, this structure, this structure appears in a number of openings these days. In particular, you see it in some anti-Berlins, where black is quite happy to get that, because it restricts a light square bishop very successfully, and one knight goes to f6, the other one you might even maybe think about knight df6 and knight d6 to really put your sights on the e4 square. I think f5 e5 is the one critical reply, and then black goes c5 and some kind of a mess ensues, which I think is something.
G5 before committing to anything, right?
Sure, you could. Yeah, that's true. Queen
You're a
goes to.
non-committal kind of guy.
Queen goes
I've been
to.
accused of that.
Knight f6. He is in an extremely provocative move today.
Wow.
Really
because
wants to see that e5.
Yeah, obviously the knight goes back to e8 after e5. So he's giving Maxime two tempi in a position where, it's not immediately obvious he's doing that great, just to force white to play e5 and then have the f6 resource to open up the position.
He also did play knight f6 to e8 in a position not so different from the one we have on the board a while ago.
Wow. He really is an agent provocateur.
Maybe he's saying, now that you can no longer go queen h4, I'm not that worried about getting checkmate on
Yeah,
h7.
maybe it's just very deep. Not that deep. Maybe he wants to put the knight on g8.
Nah, I don't think it goes to G8. I think it goes to E8.
G8's a bit much, right?
There shouldn't be a large difference because white. I mean, black plays. Actually, you could make an argument for knight G8 because my first reply to E5 knight E8 was H5 F6 H6. It's probably not great, but that was like my initial thought. And although protecting G7 is quite good for those purposes as well, black can just take on E5 there because HG is not a threat. And yeah, no, this is excellent for us as viewers because
yeah, absolutely.
I don't think Maxim will, shy away from this. I think this type of gauntlet. I mean, white could arguably just play bishop f3 here and say, yeah, I'm not buying this. But
I'll give you 5-1 on bishop f3.
Yeah, I think bishop f3 is not very likely.
Bishop
G5 I think Maxim is not gonna dodge this. But yeah. E5 knight e8, you actually do have to you do have to find a reply to it. Bishop f3 might not be completely ridiculous actually, because I'm so far struggling a little bit to find a good next move after e5 knight e8.
Yeah, these positions.
And once again, it all comes down to the fact that this knight on c3 is so horrible.
Mm.
If
this knight were on.
Yeah, if in the position after e5 knight e8, yeah, if you put it, let's say, on d2 or f3 or like any normal square where it actually has moves it can make further down the line, white is better / winning because he will just have.
Maybe knight b1 is a good move here.
Yeah, it's not it's not utterly ridiculous, which is the funniest thing, but it's just way too slow. After f6, ef knight f6, you kind of need to make like 3 moves in a row. You need to go c3, bishop d3, and knight d2.
So after f6, we can't.
Well, you can, but it's not very healthy. I think takes c5. I think the whole thing might just collapse
is it
on
collapsing? Under my feet.
Bless you, Jan.
I'm sorry. I did hit the mute button for the viewers, but not for Peter. I forgot Peter could hear it. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Is it all collapsing? It feels like it's collapsing, right?
What are we even talking about?
Talking about after f6, f4.
Whoa.
No. I don't think. I don't think. Once again, you could do it if you are. This knight is just a huge problem for.
This does not work. Just trust me on this one. Yeah. Queen c7, everything comes down.
Yeah, I can't see what you're discussing on the board right now, but yeah, if you're discussing any kind of a position after f6, f4, yeah, everything comes down is a very fair description of what will happen to white structure.
I know I would lose in a few moves. So yeah, maybe he won't go e5. Maybe he'll just go bishop f3.
For the viewers who are not familiar with Fesace, can you say a few words about this? I'm assuming young man. Is he a very old man?
He is very, very young, at least by my standards. I mean, by my standards, most people are very, very young. But
so he's like what, 35?
He was born in '95, I believe. So he's 22.
22.
He is very, very self-confident. Does not phase easily, and one of the more impressive aspects of his performance in Hanti was not only did he win 5 games, but 2 of them he won after losing an incredibly painful game against China, where most people would have been, in a huge sulk, and he wasn't even supposed to play in the next match actually, and then there were some really, really last-minute changes made to the lineup due to issues, and he basically woke up thinking he wasn't playing and was told he was, and he won an incredibly important game that day against Negi, which won us the match against India, and then won a very, very interesting, very sharp game against Jeffrey Shong, I believe, in the last round. So very healthy, very healthy, sort of young man's nervous system.
Must be nice.
Often the youngest in in the tournament he plays. Often, not always.
And bishop f3, I could have won some money there.
Yeah, you got your 5-1 there. It's a shame. Go back to the very quickly the Nisipeanu game.
Sure.
What is he doing? This is too slow.
Yeah, this is a surprise.
This is too slow.
Queen f3, knight f6, short castles, knight c6, rook d1.
Well, I guess bishop g5 wasn't really winning any material, and the point of short castles was he didn't really want to castle long, and he did want to have the rook on d1 so as not to take on c6 when black plays knight c6. And he finally did play bishop g5 now, creating those threats against the black center and asking some questions.
Are there any real threats though?
What threats?
Yeah, but that's the thing though, because if we take on f6, black just takes with the pawn, and we don't really have a comfortable square to put this knight. We don't really want to take on c6, and we cannot really play knight d3 because that once again drops the d4 pawn. So they aren't really. Black can actually play h6 here. And ask the question, or rook c8, or more or less sort of any sensible move. The reason I'm mentioning h6 is that you might want at some point down the line to play e6, and currently you cannot do this at all because knight g4 just wins a piece. And if you include h6 and white goes bishop h4, you at least have the option of playing e6 maybe sometime later in the game, because knight g4 we can just play g5 in reply. So including that makes your options a bit wider for the
like
future.
black's position. I think this knight is clumsy on c3. Other thing is
it's a very similar thing to the other game we've been discussing a lot. Yeah, it would be a lot better if white had, let's say, the knight on d2 and the pawn on c3. Would have looked a lot more harmonious.
All in all, a knight on c3 is a bad piece.
I'm saying this every time somebody plays d4, knight f6, knight c3. It's just such an ugly opening to my eyes because you're blocking your c-pawn.
I agree.
Yeah, and Vladdy played rook a b8 after rook a3. I'm sorry,
this is a drawback of rook a3, because had you gone rook d4 immediately, rook a b8, bishop d1, a5 is still hanging.
And apart from your idea of playing rook somewhere and bishop d1, there's also you could also try supporting the b3 pawn by going knight b1, knight d2, which is not that easy to spot either. I mean, it's not the most natural. It's not the most
crazy. We need to get him some help. Can he hear us?
Yeah.
No, he can't. Okay. What about knight a4, knight c5?
Well, but it's unsupported on c5. So you landed on c5, black goes rook b5, and you once again have to start thinking, which is why, yeah, who wants that? Obviously, nobody wants to really think any more than is strictly necessary.
I do agree with
I like rook d4 more. I'm going to go with rook d4 because you have to take more time out and blah blah blah. And so.
On a scale of 9 till 10, how proud are you of your suggestion?
No, I just think it's a good move. It just makes a lot of sense. So,
yeah.
I'm not proud of it.
A little?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Just a little bit.
You should take pride in what you're doing.
I should. I take pride in my art, my craft. What else is going on?
In your bottom?
MVL, what did you do? Oh, you played bishop f3, you're right.
He did play bishop f3, and Fesace is once again thinking he can play bishop c7. I don't think queen h3 is a particularly attractive option, so he might actually, by playing bishop c7, force the pair of bishops off, and then you could finally maybe think about taking on e4, because...
What's wrong with queen h3?
It's just an awkward square, but nothing particularly wrong now.
Maybe h4, maybe his timing was a little off, huh?
Yeah. It's all a bit too coffee. He's a coffee house player, this MVL.
Yeah. Coming from you, this is...
of course. He's just an advanced coffee house player.
So you're not an MVL fan?
I'm a big MVL fan.
You don't think he's an empty shell?
I don't think he's an empty shell.
Where is the? I'm missing the reference there.
I was trying to make a joke on MVL.
Empty shell.
Didn't work. I gave him some credit, but shouldn't have. You're right. I won't next time.
So that was just a little. Yeah, I can't pronounce that word.
Onomatopoeia, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's what I was going for, but I just
Wasn't
can't
even
pronounce
that.
that word.
It was okay for a German chap, you know. Chuvak, dude, as they say in Russian.
Oh dear.
Fedosev's a bit of a chuvak, you know, a dude.
I'm not
He's
sure
a
how
dude of the
offensive
chess
stuff
world.
you're saying is. So
It's not
Chuvak is-
offensive. It's not offensive at all. It's just kind of stunning every time this happens when
I come up with a random
Lawrence
word.
starts showing off his colloquial Russian,
That's right.
and I always expect him to make no sense whatsoever, but he does actually make sense.
that sort of is the tagline for the show.
That's the
I
selling
always
point.
expect him not to make sense whatsoever, but he does actually make sense sometimes. We have to add this sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
So,
What have you been up to? Are you going to
we're
the
just
US
asking
today
that
soon?
yesterday.
Not you, Peter.
Yeah, I have about a week left at home, which is a long time. I mean, I've been away for like a month and a half prior to this 10-day break, which is very welcome. Not doing very much in particular so far. I have some things I probably need to clear off the list before I go to the States, but I haven't really done any of that yet.
I've got a question for Peter. This will actually be interesting. Are you superstitious at all? I mean, do you have lucky pens, lucky something, unlucky something? Do you change things in
I
a
am
tournament?
sort of mildly superstitious, but not horribly superstitious, I would think.
So who
I think
is horribly...
most chess players have like rituals and things they stick with. But,
like who's very horribly superstitious currently in the
I don't know,
chess?
because I think most chess players just keep it to themselves. Like
Okay.
you wouldn't notice necessarily. Like I don't have. I think like the things I do, they are not really very noticeable. I think to the outside eye, and they don't make sense to outside observers, and will not even probably be noticed by outside observers. But I do stick to some like mild routines on tournaments.
Okay.
But and I think it will be the same with most players. Sportsmen in general, I think, tend to believe in this. Well, not to the extent that you think that if you do this you win and if you don't you don't, but there are things that have been shown to work in the past, so you stick with them.
Are you superstitious? Yeah.
Not very. Like I'll change a pen after I lose a game. I had this phase where I thought that when I have the white pieces I should wear light shoes, and with the dark pieces I should wear dark shoes, but I got over that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, like exactly like that. Like sartorial decisions which are completely pointless and change nothing whatsoever. But
if you think they change something, it's a bit of a placebo effect.
Yeah, exactly. You just do it because it will not harm, and it gives you, an additional 3 seconds of comfort when you're choosing what to wear. And why not? Obviously, it doesn't really have any relevance whatsoever objectively.
So yeah, I mean, Radek hasn't moved in a long time, which is...
Considering how fast he was playing up to that point, it might be that Matthias finally managed to make a move which is not really all that great, meaning that this is finally not in the file, and Radek is trying to figure out why exactly isn't it in the file and how to react to it best. I quite like knight a5 here, followed by b6 against anything.
Knight a5, okay. Knight a5.
I just had to apologize.
What for?
It's hard having to apologize all the time. People are insulted by my stupidity. But it's hard to get smarter. I'm good. I'm not needy today. No, you don't have to step in. Did I just...
I still feel like kind of have to. I just
No, please. What else can you tell us? For example, in Bluebaum's case, do you think he's a bit frustrated with the last 2 days and that could affect his play?
Well, I think he'd be completely inhuman if it didn't affect him at all, because the somewhat miraculous draw Andreikin made against him, followed by an annoying prolonged loss against Van Yue, and he finds himself on 50%, which I'm sure he would have taken if somebody told him you will be on 50% after 5 rounds in this tournament. He would have said, yeah, okay. But the way he got to those 50% is probably not filling him with particular joy right now. But I don't know how much it actually influences his play, because once again, he's not an old man, and he, if he knows what's best for him, he will not dwell on this too much. Because there's still 2 rounds to play, and there will be time after the tournament to contemplate what could have been and things of that nature.
Is there anything one can do in such a situation as a sportsman? Like, go out, get different thoughts, talk to your loved ones? Like, is there any formula?
No, I don't think there is a set formula. I think everyone deals with those things not on their own necessarily, but in their own way. I don't think you can prescribe something that will work for everybody.
Lawrence, maybe you can chime in. You recently had a tournament where you didn't start so well, but then you had a good comeback. Yeah. Where did you find the energy?
So, I'd started the worst I've ever started. Combination of playing terribly, rust, various other factors. I started with 0 out of 5, which is actually very uncharacteristic, even for me, especially against players of a similar level. And I had a long chat with none other than Grandmaster Julian Hodgson the night I lost my 5th game in a row. And I just said, something is just so wrong. And he said, firstly, apart from putting a lot of pressure on yourself, which is quite normal, you've got to do it for the love of the game. You've got to actually remember that this is an enjoyable activity. And he was right. I wasn't really enjoying playing. I was just making moves and putting this immense pressure on myself. And then suddenly, in the next game, when I was analysing it, I was actually thinking, oh, this is actually quite interesting. This is why I play the game. I felt much more relaxed, and I played much more accurately, and won my next 3 games in a row, and saved a disastrous tournament. It was still a bad tournament, but all things considered, it was okay. So
yeah, the way you started, I really felt like very, very many people would have gone completely off the rails there.
Yeah,
myself included with that start, and kudos to you for not doing that.
No, I mean, also it was a case of there were lots of positions where I missed very simple draws against guys, and it was just everything seemed to be going wrong.
Oh, we got the beat about playing horribly. Yeah.
Yeah, I played horribly as well. Okay,
we believed you there, but still, no. I mean, it does take mental fortitude to not give up.
Yeah, I just kind of felt very at ease in the last few games. Even there were some dodgy moments, but you know what? I just didn't care that much, and somehow it seemed to rub off. So hopefully I'll take that with me to the British Championships next week. So do it for the love of the game, do it for the moment, live in the moment, think that, you know what, you could be doing a lot worse things in life. Yeah.
Radek has played knight a5.
He could be doing a lot worse things in life as well. He plays very good moves most of the time. Knight a5, huh? Good move. Hitting the knight.
What should white do? How does white keep this equal?
Now I'm not clear. Yeah.
Did we lose Peter? Did he fall asleep? Did he freeze?
Frozen. Frozen in zone. Oh. So sad.
I think he hung up on us somewhere during the speech. Let's try that. Hang on.
Yeah.
He says, let's take it as a sign, but he might come back later. Thanks a lot, Peter Svidler.
Yeah. Peter, beautiful. Always full of gems of knowledge and,
Yeah, he's decent at chess too.
He can play. I'm not going to say he can't play chess. He's like, he's up there. He's up there with the best.
Yeah, I would say like he's number
15 in the world.
15 in the world, maybe. Where is he?
Let's see. Number 16 on the live list.
Wow, did Vachier overtake him with his sprint? Kicked him out of the top 15.
Right.
This is 2700chess.com, where we can see Vachier, the Chinese prodigy, after scoring 6.5 out of 9 in the Danzhou Super Tournament, won a lot of rating. 17, I would say. And yeah, entered the top 15. Svidler right there. Yu Yangyi, number 15, is currently playing a match against the number 13, Alexander Grishuk. So if the match doesn't go well for Yu Yangyi, Peter could... Is leapfrog him, the term?
Leapfrog, yeah.
There you go. So yeah, he can play a bit. That is what we have established.
He really can play.
Mm-hmm.
He's not bad at Hearthstone either, from what I hear.
I don't know. What I'm surprised by is that after d takes e4, Maxime has decided to take with the bishop, which looks like an admission that he doesn't have anything.
Just the two bishops don't work that well in a lot of these structures.
Why not knight takes e4?
As they say in Russian, that's a very good vapros.
Is that what they say?
Yeah. Bishop f3 maybe.
Yeah, this doesn't look so bad. Like, the queen is terrible and it will take a while to activate her. But I'm still a little surprised. Peter is complaining about his internet connection. Well, we might check back in with him later, depending on how these things go.
It's very frustrating not having good internet in today's world. It really tilts me. Also at home,
if my internet is down for half an hour at home, I go absolutely insane. Like, and then you think that we survived for 18, or I survived for 18, 19 years on this earth.
Do you know what it is? It's just the fact that it's been around for so long now. There are no excuses for it going down. You pay a lot of money for these things as well. I mean, it's not cheap paying for internet stuff and everything else with it. You just want it to work. Am I right?
Yeah, but it's still a bit unhealthy that we're so addicted to it.
Are you addicted to it?
Yeah, I start feeling very uneasy when I'm offline.
I was offline in Cuba last year for a while. That felt extremely good, I have to say. Felt really good. I suggest everybody should take time during the year to just go offline, disconnect from this virtual world we live in, full of Amazon and podcasts, and just think about what's going on inside you. Taking a real look in the mirror.
I'm taking a real look at this position, and at first I thought this doesn't make any sense, but then I was trying to come up with a good move, and it's not that easy, because knight f6 still runs into bishop g5, which is very, very unpleasant.
Right.
And you're also not in time to, I don't know,
this is why he
break the position open. So he played the move queen to e8.
Right.
I'm not sure what it's about. He's stepping out of bishop to g5, and maybe he's preparing some break with e5. Or he's preparing to, I don't know,
go cray-cray?
To be able to move his f-pawn, covering e6.
Yeah, probably
go e5.
Probably rook e1 is a good move here.
I would like to play rook a3, because it always feels like you're a competent chess player. You swing your rook along the third rank.
Did you ever used to, probably when you were younger, I'm going to start doing it again, but on your score sheet, where you write down your moves, have you ever given yourself an exclamation mark after a move you've made? I'm going to start doing that. I think we should double exclam, show it to your opponent and then give it back. Put them under a bit of pressure. What do you think? Is that legal?
No,
Wesley
I don't think you should do that. Like, you should ask Wesley. So he's had some bad experiences writing stuff down on his score sheet.
Incredible.
So who's better and why? Rook a3, maybe you can go e5, no?
I don't like rook a3. It's too adventurous for somebody of your age.
I don't know, it just feels like the quickest way to
Why not rook e1?
coordinate the rooks. Are you sure it's good on e1?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's it doing on d1?
You know, d file might open. You can mate e5 with d5. Yeah, we'll see. Rook e1 also comes into consideration. No, what I'm confused by, maybe this
The
is
whole game's
lack
confusing.
of understanding, but I thought that, yeah, if you get rid of the light square bishop here, if anybody's better, it's black with the pieces remaining. But looking at the position, it looks like black still has to be cautious. Like b7 is a little weak, get fixed up here with a5. White can activate fairly quickly. So it's, yeah, still options for white to develop an initiative, maybe.
Yeah. Agreed.
Let's do a little tour what we've missed. In the
Queen d6.
Nisipeanu game, Queen d6 has been played. Similar idea after bishop f6. Now maybe you could even recapture with the bishop. But you have this option as well, which we talked about. And then knight c6, there's bc. Knight d3, there's knight d4. So bishop f6 is not really a threat. Therefore, he's asking Dieter, what do you want to do? I'll just go Queen d6, rook d8.
Black's better.
Nah, he's not better, but he's not worse either.
If I had to take a colour here, I'd take black marginally, I think. Knight's so bad on c3 in these structures. It's very difficult to make moves here with white.
So if I make this move,
You can make that move. First move you have to look at is, of course, knight h5.
but does it work?
Looks like it. Yeah. Everything comes off.
Yeah, I'm not better.
No.
Let's check.
You might lose it. You're not losing?
No.
Knight d4 doesn't lose then, I assume.
How does this continue? Obviously, the line.
No, I mean, I was asking you. It looks like it drops a piece.
That'd be unfortunate.
This doesn't work. Just played these positions too many times. Just doesn't work.
So in these positions, you're just right because you played them all the time.
Just looked at them. I know bishop
Doesn't
f4
work.
runs into knight h5 all the time.
Mm.
I don't know what the best move is. I'm not saying white is like in trouble, but there are some problems here to solve. Practical problems.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just curious that
It's just too slow.
Dieter
He
had to allow this somehow.
Nah.
Yeah, I think he's gonna look back at this castle's rook d1 idea. I think that was.
Rook's passive on d1. Don't want it there, you know. So
Not
I
that
don't
this
know.
is winning,
Yeah,
but I felt like this is the way
this
to
is
do it. And
definitely
then,
the right
just
move
go for some
in comparison.
drama.
Yeah, Andreikin will be feeling mildly confident now.
And there is a question why he can't go bishop f6, ef, knight c6, and a5. First of all, I'm not sure if you have to go ef as mentioned, but even this strikes me as nice for black, no? Like queen b4 maybe?
Well, queen b4. Can you do that? You have to like analyze stuff already, like knight
Rook a3?
No, knight a4. You have to analyze immediately. Knight
take
c5.
Okay. And what is there to analyze?
Well, you have to analyze knight d7 in all lines. I mean, queen b5 is probably good, actually.
Oh, queen c7.
Queen c7. Yeah, queen c7. Yeah.
Should
I
be
mean,
fine.
yeah, it should be fine, yeah.
But also this move.
Yeah, this
seems
move is
possible,
just... Yeah. This move is clean, no? Takes.
I don't know how stuff works. Knight d4 again. Should e5.
Knight d4?
Just curious.
Might work.
Who knows?
Ribka knows.
Ribka,
He took on f6, so
is
now we're
that
going to find out.
your go-to reference for chess engine?
Is it a bit 2013?
So up to date.
Which engine do you use, Jan? Do you like to use?
By default, as a default engine, I use Stockfish 8.
Not Thomas the Tank?
I haven't heard of Thomas the Tank.
Okay.
But I also,
Strong
I
engine.
like Houdini. I feel like I have a connection with Houdini. He's slightly better at chess.
Harry?
No,
Oh,
the engine.
the engine.
So I use him sometimes. Or her.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do. EF looks fine to me.
Yeah, bishop f6 has been played. I agree, EF is the most clean-cut solution because knight g4,
Nah.
you don't even want to think about. Yeah, you have to think about it, but it looks like f5, knight e3, and knight takes d4 is good, no?
Looks very good.
Queen d5, though, isn't it so bad?
Is it so bad? Maybe not so bad. So sad. So sad. Sad, sad situation.
This seems to hold at the very least. And if it holds, white is probably a bit better. So let's try to do even better, because this feels shaky.
Not really much you can do though, right? Bishop d4 might be interesting, by the way, here.
Jawbreaker is asking about Komodo. No, I'm not a Komodo guy. I tried him, but yeah, we didn't connect. Like, all these engines are insanely strong. It doesn't matter if your engine is 3100 or 3150 or 3200. It's more about getting a feel for each other. And there, yeah, somehow I've always felt closer to Houdini.
Yeah.
Do you think it's wrong I have all these feelings about engines?
No, I think you're exactly right. I mean, I think the acid test would be to go on serious dates with each of them.
Speed dating?
Speed date with them, yeah.
I don't think they're very talkative.
No.
Kramnik has played g5, grabbing some space. I like this move also. Keeping the option of going g4, kicking this bishop away if it's needed in reserve. Rook to c1. Wang Yu, he just can't find this idea. It's just not there for him. Rook fd8.
Passive the way Wang Yu has played this. No, I mean...
Looks like Kramnik is doing alright. No, this pawn is still not hanging. He's occupied the open file.
Don't like this at all. What's the idea after Rook d2?
I don't know. Maybe he just wants to play it safe. Go bishop d1. Take the pawn. Go rook d2, go rook c2.
Yeah, but with one pair of rooks off, this is... should be really...
Well, this pawn is still a bit of a weakling. I'm not sure you go rook d2.
Yeah, maybe not.
So, how do we do this?
Knight ed5?
Takes.
Yes. Knight b4. Ah. I mean, they're jumpy, these guys, right? And you don't even feel like you're a pawn down here ever, right?
I do feel like I'm a pawn.
Okay.
I don't know, might be, but we are a pawn down. Rook d2 then, right?
Nah.
Still, I'm not sure I trust this.
No.
Can't I do better? Yeah, not obvious to me.
Nicht so einfach,
Still
mein
not so simple.
lieber
These are both
Freund.
very good
Horses.
endgame player. Horses too, but endgame players.
Agreed.
And what has Kramnik done? Ah, Wang Yu didn't play bishop d1. He went king e1. He wants to stop rook d2 and keep the option of going bishop d1. Hence, no king e2.
Yeah,
which
I like
is
this.
fairly sensible.
Yeah. That said, it does. A knight landing on d3 is, you know, something you got to watch out for.
That's true. That's the drawback of king e1. That if this knight ever gets here, could be painful. We'll see. Draw still has to be an overwhelming favorite, but they've kept some play in the position at least. Bluebaum is... I would guess that after the opening went slightly wrong, he was trying to not keep any play in the position. He's played a4, and Wojtaszek took on b5.
Wow.
clarifying the situation, but also reuniting the white pawns. AB king to e8, similar to Wang, he wants to cover the entry squares here. I'm not sure why he doesn't go king e7. Gotta be a reason. Maybe some e4 worried him. No, that doesn't look right. Not sure. What the advantage
No,
of king e8
I
is?
know why. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's worried about rook a1.
Okay.
After king e7.
Okay. b6.
Knight a6.
Okay.
Knight b4.
Okay.
Knight c6. Bishop c6.
Now you expect me to go a5.
I would like you to go a5.
Do you expect me to? Yeah. So in your line, with the king on e8, bishop c6 would be check, hence improving things greatly.
No, because it's not check
Yeah, that's
after
true.
knight c6. But this is why he's gone rook b1, b6 to provoke this. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Now you have a move, I suppose. I don't know what that move is, but yeah, he's gone. He's trying to do. Why did he go rook b1?
Yeah, it's a strange move too. I'm not sure. I think to threaten b6,
But you
thereby
can do.
forcing black to play b6.
Yeah, but you can do that with rook a1. That's the odd. Would that not be the case, or
Yeah.
am I going slightly bonkers in my young age?
I don't know, maybe if it's a rook is better on b1, protecting the b5 pawn. But I do not disagree.
No, he just wants to be.
He wanted to go knight b3, that's his point. He's trying to be careful here.
Yeah, but can he be?
I think you have to be a little careful.
Like, now what?
Oh, okay, 3, check.
Okay, 3 rook c7,
Okay,
king e7.
yeah, you gotta be.
No weaknesses
cautious.
for black. Not easy to break through.
No,
No.
bring the king then.
Yeah, but
Do we need the check? Maybe I didn't need the check.
check, please.
Czech Republic.
Like, I'm just putting variations out there. Is knight d5 even interesting here?
No threats though.
Well, the c3 pawn is on.
Is it?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends. Well, okay. So takes. Yes. Yes.
Point is knight c3, bishop c6,
Yes.
and rook c3. I wasn't sure, but I thought this is
Yeah, no, that's okay. And
at
if I-
least equal.
Okay, so
Mhm.
king e7.
Who knows? C5. Even this continues.
Yeah, king e7 then. I'll just go king e7.
Yeah, I don't want anything special. Just
Right.
not lose.
Just not to lose quick. Oh, I just thought about rushing in the king, but looks slightly odd for white, doesn't it?
Yeah, you gotta be. It feels like you gotta be more careful with white than with black.
Definitely.
But it also does not feel like the
End of days.
realms of a draw have been departed from. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sure it does, buddy.
Bang. In the meantime, in Copenhagen, I'm not sure if it's in Copenhagen, the Extracon tournament used to be the Politiken Cup. Bardo Jobava has won his game.
Wow.
And I know he has a lot of fans out there. So I wanted to inform them that he won his first round game against Sven Rosell. After rook d8, queen d8, he would have taken the rook. And Sven had seen enough. The other favorites also won, like Nikita Vityugov. Sashi Kiran still has to work for the full point, but he looks to be in good shape against Jürgen Meyer.
Your boy!
No, I have never met Jürgen.
Okay.
Nigel David Short also won his game.
Wow. A classic.
So, yeah, once the favorites start playing each other, the tournament will heat up. It's a very nice tournament. I played there a couple of years ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh. How did you do?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rookie 1, your move has been played. And h6. I like this move h6. I couldn't think of a productive plan, but h6 preparing f5. It's a nice idea by Fesace. b3, f5, knight d2. Maxime is trying to adjust to the New World Order, finding good places for his pieces in this structure. Knight to c4 or knight to f3. But it still does feel like Fed has solved his problems.
Yeah. So this is where Maxime really gets very dangerous, because what would you play? Knight f6 is the first move that comes to mind.
I want to go e5, but I have a feeling I can't do it. Yeah.
Did I do oof enough? Or?
No, I think you should
okay.
do another oof. But what do you do?
D.
Boof.
Knight f3. Vachier-Lagrave. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this, and this is better for black, is it?
Looks fine, because your queen is sort of far away from the action.
Okay, just rook b1.
Yeah, but now I will go somewhere and I'll be fine, no? Queen f7 or queen h5, I don't know where.
Are you fine here?
I think I'm fine.
You think you're fine.
I think I'm fine.
Knight c4.
You don't think I'm fine?
You might be fine.
c7. But yeah.
I don't know. I mean, black
still
is
gotta be careful.
exposed. This pawn on f5 is a weakness and a
Maybe make it a virtue. Well, not here.
virtuous. How
No,
about,
this whole e5 plan feels a little much,
Yeah.
I shall admit that. And yeah, Fesace plays queen g6, that's probably a bad move. Keeping this option open.
but queen g6 is curious, allowing white to go h5 in
h5
some
wants queen
positions.
g4, I'm guessing?
Right, that's definitely what he wants.
Oh no,
No, wait, everything drops. What?
Wang is saying.
What does he
So
want?
what does he want? Queen f6.
Knight f3?
I really want to go e5.
Knight h4? Are you
get the chance.
calculating everything?
No, I'm not calculating at all. I'm just saying what I want to do.
What I want to do is marry you.
Okay.
Sure.
Feels dangerous.
Like holes. We love holes.
Hmm.
I mean, this was just a random line as well. Not necessarily any good, but you have to analyze all this stuff.
Yeah, it's a curious position because it feels like
Right, he's just playing.
Fed had solved all his problems, but Maxime is still sniffing around. Bishop a3, also interesting. Winning a tempo against this f8 rook to
Yeah.
coordinate
He's
the
good
rooks.
with-
Then rook d1 and either here or
This
here.
is not good for black now.
Yeah, you still have to be very
This
careful.
f5 was really,
H5
really...
is looming.
Yeah. No, Maxime's going to win.
Maxime is very dangerous with a slight initiative where he can calculate things to attack. It does feel like a very risky position. Fesace, no, not Fesace. Andreikin has recaptured on f6 with the bishop. Did not feel this ef6
Yeah,
pawn
but
structure.
yeah, maybe it was that line before. But after bishop f6, this might just be a clean equalizer.
Yeah, here either bishop e5
Or knight.
or knight
Knight
d4.
d4 is very interesting.
I can't calculate this.
Chess is just too
Chess is very tough.
hard. Yeah.
But it looks like it works, no? It
Yeah,
feels worky.
Worky. Work, 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 work. Should we go for a quick break? I feel like it's covfefe
it's
time.
It's
I'm
time for
gonna.
a covfefe.
Do you want a covfefe? I'm thinking about getting you another one.
I think I'm buying today even. Let's get some
You want to come with me?
cappuccini. Nah.
No. You just want to give me the money and I'll go.
That's normally how I prefer to handle things. We'll be back with you guys in a couple minutes.
Don't go
4
anywhere,
games still
literally.
in full effect.
We will be back. Don't go to the toilet. Don't do anything. Stay at your computer. We will know if you don't go as well. We have got all of your webcams hacked. So Be very careful. Put some clothes on. Is that right?
Welcome back, everybody. We are watching the penultimate round of the Dortmund Sparkassen chess meeting. All 4 games are still going on. People are demanding a bit of bad singing, which we can get to later.
Absolutely.
But for now, MVL might not be better after all.
Really?
Or maybe he is. I cheated, as I tend to do, with the computer in the break. The computer said it's still equal. Was not worried at all about the black position. So let's put it on the board.
Sounds fair.
After rook e2, computer says, who cares? Rook a d8, rook a1, queen f7. You cannot touch me. I'm covering all the crucial squares.
Can't touch us. Can't touch us. MC Hammer?
Do you grow up with MC Hammer?
I did grow up with him. In the same hood.
I do not believe that.
I was, yeah. True
Is he
story.
from Essex?
He's from, yes, Chigwell, to be precise.
Isn't he American?
He is, but, you know, spent a lot of time in Essex. As you do. So,
And whoa, Fesace, just as I said, he's fine if he does nothing. Does go e6, e5, which is the move I've been campaigning for a while. But it never really seemed to work because of this h5, knight h4 business. And that is once again very much in the cards here. What is he doing?
going all out cray. Don't like this for black somehow.
People are saying in the chat that you are not the main chess singer, but Sutovsky is.
Apparently.
But you're a classically trained opera singer, right?
Right.
That's what I thought.
Baritone.
Baritone, tell me.
Elizabeth Petz. Your countrywoman. She's
She's a good singer?
Her and Sutovsky often do duets at tournaments.
Beautiful.
I enjoy them immensely. From the comfort of my own room with my earphones on. Not my kind of thing. No, kudos to Emil and Lizzie. They do their thing, and that's great. It's just not my
Not your scene?
not my cup of cappuccino.
Gotcha.
But they're great.
Let's do a quick tour. Here after h5 in the MVL game, it looks like trouble for Fesace now. Full disclosure, I still have the engine switched on, which really disliked e6, e5. Says the best you can do now is queen
Oh
g4,
my God.
takes, and then there's tricks already. Like here, you
Yeah.
can pin.
Pin and win, knight f3 check is bad, I assume.
I assume this is quite bad, because this rook will enter the building in the end. Yeah, this looks very unpleasant. So if you can't go queen g4, which I'm guessing is his intention, you have to do something like this, but once again,
No, maybe you don't go knight h4, that's the point.
because h5 is hanging.
Right.
Yeah. Then how does this work?
Yeah, you can just
Rook
pin.
a1 according to Compy.
But then e4, and e4, knight h4, and then f5 is hanging. Because e2 was hanging in the other line.
We shall see. The computer likes white after h5.
Yeah.
In the Andreikin game, we have an equal endgame. Andreikin could have gone for more, spicing it up by playing ef6, changing the structure, knight c6, bc, where personally I like black here,
Yeah,
going
I do.
f5. And the computer says it's roughly equal, but he also says this was very much an option. Wang Kramnik should end peacefully, even though if anybody is better, it is white. Wang Yue is doing his thing, like maneuvering very slowly.
He's like a snail. Snail of the chess world.
You know, in the door to my
slug.
home, there is this, what do you call this, a cat door?
Cat flap.
Cat flap. And this morning I found a snail, and I think it must have entered through the cat flap.
Right. Probably
I don't
not,
know
though.
how to solve that problem, like
Probably
the
not.
snail invasion. How
Probably-
did it get through there?
It probably wasn't through the cat flap.
I think I just left the door open and he snuck in.
Probably through some other holes that you have in the building.
I don't think I do.
How do they get in through
It
the
was
cat
right
flap?
next to the entrance door. Yeah, it didn't make sense to me either, because I tried pushing it in from outside. I don't
And
know.
what did you do with it? Did you kill it?
It did not look alive. It looked.
Oh, it looked dead?
It was lying there very lifelessly,
Oh
but
my
I
God.
put it back into nature. In the game, Bluebaum-Radjabov, white is still alive, but he has to be careful. This king is so much more active than its white counterpart.
This is better
And
for
one day we have to start thinking about these a5
That's what I was
ideas.
trying to tell you. This is not easy.
Were you trying to tell me that?
No, you agreed.
Okay.
But telling the folks at home,
Begrudgingly.
this whole line with Rook B1 that Matthias played.
Wow, Niels Rowe with some good life advice. Put salt on the cat flap. Snails will die.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, you're going to do it as well.
Of course.
Any kind of salt, table salt.
John
Salt.
Vanderwall is asking, will the snail leave a trail? Yeah, there was some stuff, but yeah, I can't tell.
The cat brought it. No.
No, there's not.
Have you ever
I don't have a
eaten
cat.
snails?
Yes,
Yeah.
I quite like them.
Okay.
A little bit of garlic.
Garlic is good with everything.
That is true, but especially with snails.
Mm. Have you ever eaten the tongue of cow?
No.
That is particularly disgusting. A French speciality. We had it back in at the Capelle La Ronde tournament.
Hmm.
Not so grand.
Hmm.
You know?
I do know. But Bluebaum, yeah, this is unpleasant. The more I stare at it, it's not easy to even figure out what you want to do. You would like to push your pawn up the board, but after e4, it's not going to happen immediately, but just as an idea, you always have to consider this e5. When after fe, you're just giving up more squares for the knight, you could get stuck. And yeah, it's not a pleasant situation. The computer says knight g4 is a strong move here as well. Just shuffling around. Yeah, you have to be careful. I'm not sure if it's not defendable, but it's not fun.
No, I don't think practically this is very difficult.
The one thing that white has going for him is that, well, king f2, a5 can still be met by b takes a6. This trick is always there. And that's very important, because if black was allowed to stabilize with a5, then he could reshuffle his rook, then it could be real problems. But yeah, Wojciech, I think this game has gone like he could only dream it goes. He equalized without problems, showing his preparation. Then, yeah, he made more progress than
Found
Matthias.
some accurate moves, knight a5 and this kind of thing, yeah.
And Bluebaum, of course, a little punch drunk from the last two games where he had to play like whatever. 14 hours total, scored half a point, one of them being a rook up. He can't be too happy.
Cannot be happy at all.
Are
Wow.
you typically happy?
I'm happy. When I'm with you, I'm happy. When I'm without you. When...
Isn't it with or without you?
Yes.
And this sequence of events has indeed been played in the MVL game. Queen g4, takes. Did Fesace miss rook ae1?
Maybe he missed bishop a5, b4 was... I mean, it is a pawn. No, it's not, but it feels like a pawn.
Why is
No,
it a
but this
pawn?
is well, it's not a pawn.
Why isn't it a pawn? We took a pawn here.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Right. It is a pawn.
It's a pawn.
It's a pawn. Wow. He should really flick in g3 here. That's a good move. Because also d5, bishop b6 is very strong, I assume, or gf2. Some combination.
Oh, it's a nice resource.
Yeah. Sort of resource he'll see as well.
I'm not sure how great it is. f4, you could just have made
Whoa.
things worse.
For who?
For black.
Really? What if I read a bunch of computer lines and equalize?
You do that.
Rook d8? Check.
My assumption is that this is good for white.
Yeah, that feels good for white.
Because this bishop will go here, and with 4 versus 2.
Yeah.
Should be very good.
King is also cut out.
So you have to start
But I
fishing,
mean,
but
rook-
I'm not sure.
Rook d4. Rook d4, bishop c1.
Rook f4.
No, but then you.
Oh, then you
Yeah.
enter.
And Enterovsky. But tricky. He played bishop a5 immediately, which is understandable.
Yeah, it's a natural move.
Forcing
B4 when this bishop looks a little silly. And here after bishop b6,
then we get
he's still
something
at
similar,
g3
yeah? d5, g3.
resources.
So you have to go... you can't take on e5 is the point.
c3 would be pretty sick.
c3 is tough.
Maxime is good though. Like he'll just calculate. But
a5?
something along those lines could happen.
Wow, and you can't take on a4? Wow. From afar, this looks as though this is fine for black because bishop takes d4, isn't he? Apparently it's not. Rook e8 and bishop d6. Put the bishop on e5. Not easy. Not easy. Or as they say in certain parts of Bavaria, nicht so einfach.
They say that in Bavaria?
I think so.
We say that here too, like without the accent, but nicht so einfach is quite typical. Another question is it easy for
Volodya.
Sorry. Volodya would not be very happy if he lost today against Wang.
He wouldn't be happy.
It fell to -2. Because let's bring up the standings if I can.
Well, he's bottom.
That's what I'm saying.
No.
Oh, this is the German side, but you guys will still get the idea. Wojtaszek 3 out of 5. Bluebaum, Fesace, Andreikin, Wang, MVL, and Dieter, all on 2.5 out of 5. And Kramnik on 2 out of 5. So if he were to lose, very good chance that he would finish last in this tournament, which can't be his idea of fun. There is the narrative which we talk about every day that he's really losing ground qualifying for the candidates tournament
really
by
is.
average rating, where now So and Caruana by not playing have really passed or expanded their lead.
We'll see though.
Things don't look great for
one of them have a bad tournament over in St. Louis, so in a week or so time. Not easy. What else is going on? Well, he played c4, but yeah, this is now on the board. I like being able to provoke c3 because then I can c3 g3 you can take on e5 with the rook twice. That's the point. Let's see if we can find a good move here. I mean a5, no, because we can take twice now. No, but now we're really...
Yeah, this is very bad.
Yeah, but I like going...
a5 is the first move that
a5,
comes to mind.
yeah, a5. So natural, yeah.
No, this line looks very, very reasonable. And it seems like, if we switch on the little bar here, like white is still seriously better because he keeps an initiative, and the black king especially is more vulnerable than the white king after check, and this is the key move, stopping bishop takes d4, and we have this plan, which is
that's
very, very unpleasant.
It's very
It's not even about pawns, it's just...
No, it's just activity.
Le Roi is in trouble.
Le what?
Le Roi, the king.
Le Roi?
Isn't it Le Roi? My French is not very good.
It is Le Roi.
Roi. Louis XIV. I believe Nisi probably is happy that he dodged a bullet. Or I'm not sure, maybe. Neither of them felt that way, but it looked to me like, Nisi didn't put enough pressure outside of the opening. Here after ef6 he would have had to defend. Well, the way this went down, everything got exchanged. And these endgames are normally equal. The majorities cancel each other out. White, you could argue, has a dream of building far advanced fast pawn, but black has his trumps as well, like extra central control over the d5 square and so on.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw.
I would tend to agree.
Be very surprised if it wasn't. Very surprised.
And in Maxim's game, the
Wow.
sequence which we
Yeah,
mentioned
he
is
just
already on
sees
the board.
everything. It's so
Maxim
sick.
is very tough in these
It's
situations.
so
He
sick.
just calculates.
Yeah.
And now, if he spots this rook e8, bishop d6, or bishop d6 immediately, it's going to be very hard for Fesace.
I mean,
this plan is just so
he just-
unpleasant.
Like he's playing a 27-26. He makes it look easy, and so it's just very.
Well, this game has been very up and down, but e5
Yeah, E5 was a bit of a
probably
gift.
pushing it.
Yeah.
and Maxim, I think he becomes stronger once the position opens up. Not saying he's not a good positional player, but once it opens up, he's just a tremendous
He's
calculator.
not a good position player.
Okay, that's your words.
He is. He's a fantastic positional player. As it happens.
Nisipeanu has played f2 to f4.
Wow.
He wants to ask this knight
Ask him.
more waddies. And does he want to do so? Does he want to get cute here, like try to dominate it?
Wow.
But he will find squares. It's not like it's lost, but this looks like a very pleasing to the eye
King
setup. At least.
G7.
It's still nothing. Yeah, it's pleasing to the eye, but still nothing.
But I mean, now there's no important.
No, it's true.
I mean-
you always have knight f6 for let's see that.
Yeah, rook c8 followed by knight f6.
Thrifty just joined the action.
Wow.
Welcome, Thrifty.
Thrifty.
Thrifty sent.
Thrift shop.
I don't know. Kramnik is trying to get this knight fork in, but he's giving the pawn. Give me the pawn. He's gonna have to suffer, huh?
Yeah.
Wang is no stranger to grinding out victories from dry technical positions. Kramnik can't be very happy that he thought, okay, this guy's playing a dull line, the game will end peacefully soon. And then he's sort of putting pressure on him and Kramnik has to defend. This can't be
No.
what he signed up for. Bluebaum played c4.
Yeah, but the king. King Kong. I'd be going king d4 very quickly here.
Is this a plan? Just go
Yeah,
king c3, king
absolutely.
b3?
Why can't you just go king d4 here?
You can. Very
Also,
unpleasant.
king
I don't know
f2.
what to do.
King
King
f2,
f2, you even have
no,
this
g4
check, which is
yeah.
awkward. See, you got a
Yeah,
couple
this
of
is a
pawns.
disaster for white.
Does not look nice, I agree. Yeah, it's fairly straightforward.
It's like- No, this is horrible. This is really disgusting. Will Kramnik score a win?
Not today.
Not today. I'm.
Like, he might be... Bluebaum might be a little punch drunk after
Yeah,
today's game, should he lose, and then black in the last round versus Kramnik.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't rule out a wide
No,
victory,
sure.
but today it looks like
He's
well,
not
he's
winning. This
closer to a loss than to a win at the very least.
Well, I mean, still a long, long way, right?
Of course.
I mean,
Draw is still a favourite.
yeah.
But it's a pawn.
That's what I was saying. I wasn't convinced by the whole A5 idea. I have to say.
You're unflappable.
You can flap me. Do you want to flap me now?
No, also had nothing. Was a bit out of context, but I just enjoy the word unflappable.
Do you want to flap me later? Should we flap together?
No flapping today. Bishop a5 played by Fesace. But this plan, no? Ah, maybe he wants to take on d4. Hang on. Does this work? No, rook g7 and rook g4, no?
Right. Oh, that's cute.
That's beautiful. Geometry.
Wow. What a move that is, rook g4. Yeah, you don't survive this.
And that means you have to run, but this looks really bad.
Is it so bad? You have got to pass b guy. It's a bit
That's
tricky.
true.
Bit tricky. b5 immediately, without thinking, and
Without thinking, you know?
yeah. Because there are a lot of. Are there a lot of endings where you? No, you don't survive these endings, right? Oh wait.
I'm waiting.
No. The endings are all lost. Rook g6.
Yeah, it seems like white is in time. Like, here I can take and probably
Okay. Well, this. Well, okay, but I win. Is this winning?
I think it's just winning.
Yeah. Should be too many pawns, right?
It's 1 pawn too many.
Nicht so einfach. Yeah. Yeah.
And this knight d7 rook f8 has happened. But yeah, your move king g7 sort of takes the fun out of it. h3, then knight e3.
Yeah, knight e3. Careful. Careful. Knight comes to d5. Whee. Knight takes c2. Whee. Now he's going to go rook a3.
Do you think he will do that?
Yeah. Will you give me 5-1?
No. He's going to play this or this. But
Go rook
this I find more pleasing to the eye.
Just
So let's see. Maxime, good winning chances.
yeah.
Nisipeanu, Andreikin should end peacefully. Kramnik still has to work for his draw.
Work.
And Bluebaum really has to work
Yeah,
for his draw.
Bluebaum's not
Bluebaum
always.
might be, I'm not sure if lost, but he's in trouble for sure. Like,
I don't think he's holding this, if I'm honest. Not with a knight.
but if you were not honest, would he hold it then?
No, he still wouldn't hold it. He wouldn't hold it whether I'm honest or not honest.
Okay. I'm wondering
I mean-
if you have to give this pawn, like this construction is still holding for now. It's just it's this constant fear of
There's
black creating a passed pawn.
there's that, and there's just rerouting the knight to a square, e7, d5, b4. I mean, how do you ever hold that construction?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to do, but you can't keep the pawn.
No,
can
you can't keep
So-
the pawn. He's played king d4, obviously, and work. Then just take it.
Take it. Check.
Yeah. King there, that'll do.
Check.
Yeah, we'll go there.
Check.
We'll go all the way back to e7 if we have to. You can't go e5 there?
You probably can, but rook a1 check. Rook a1 check, I'm not sure.
Okay, king e7.
Also looks fine actually. Or king e6.
King e6. Yes, also fine. No, it's just a disaster.
it's gonna be-
Yeah.
Gonna be a long day at the office.
Gonna
for-
get through this.
Bluebaum again.
No, I gotta take. Gotta take it up with you.
Excuse me?
He doubled. He did play rook d3. That's why he's Nisi, and that's why I'm me.
He played, yeah.
Rook
81.
c8, rook c8
Why
is-
not this?
I don't know. Rook c8 is very strong.
Rook c8 is not the most hidden resource in the universe, because you don't want to play where h5 is actually a decent move, but to illustrate the tactic, you don't want to fall for this. Zwischenschach, as we say in Germany.
Certain parts of Lübeck.
No, all over Lübeck. You'll hear the occasional
What are your
Zwischenschach.
thoughts on Lübeck, by the way?
I can't say I've spent much time in Lübeck, but what I've seen, it's a lovely little city. It's not even that little. It's a nice
They have
place
an
to see.
airport there, don't they?
I don't know where that
Ryanair,
airport
no?
is. I've never flown.
Isn't it
From
Ryanair
there.
exclusive or
It's
something?
called Hamburg-Lübeck, but now Ryanair is also flying from Hamburg directly,
That's
so I'm not
right.
sure what's going on there. But yeah, there is an airport called Hamburg-Lübeck, which I think is probably close to Lübeck. Lübeck, for those of you who are curious what we're talking about, is a city reasonably close to Hamburg. German chess grandmaster Rasmus Swane lives in Lübeck.
Does he? I didn't know that.
So-
Okay. Rasmus Swane, shout out to my boy. Very strong players, Rasmus. Very strong
He's
player.
very strong.
He is actually very strong. Bit lazy, but strong.
Very strong.
MVL is very strong.
Do you think MVL is a bit lazy? He only plays the Najdorf and the Grunfeld. Should he play more things?
Yeah. This position is very difficult to play with black.
It's extremely unpleasant. I wouldn't rule it out that he thought he could do this.
Yeah, and then he
but
missed.
from a distance that you missed this.
Yeah.
Geometrical nonsense.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
What is Kramnik doing? Rook h4? The only justification can be that he wants to go g5, g4. But he's really burning his bridges here. This stuff doesn't work. I guess he wants something like this.
Yeah, it's kind of mixing things up.
Yeah, mix it a little. But very risky too. Now he's a pawn down, he has a worse structure. Tricks better work.
He's played it.
Yeah. It's new Kramnik, looking
New
for
Kramnik.
ways to mix it, even in the quietest of positions. Gave his a-pawn.
Are you a fan of new Kramnik, or do you prefer the old Kramnik?
I don't know. I was a fan of old Kramnik too, which I understand not everybody felt that way because he popularized openings like the Berlin, the Petrov. That was his phase, which is a while ago, but where everybody called him Drawnik, Drawko. He's drawing all his games, and people were sort of bullying him for his chess style. Me, as an opening fan, I always thought there's so much to learn from Kramnik's work, and he's really put entire variations on the map. So I've always studied that. But as a chess commentator, new Kramnik, it's more entertaining. He's unpredictable, he plays all kinds of things, he takes chances in all kinds of positions. But of course it can also lead to bad results like the one he has in Dortmund, which 15 years ago probably he would never have had.
So, what if he reinvents his image again? Does he go back to the old Kramnik, or does he, like, let's say he reinvents himself in 5 years, so there would be new Kramnik, and then there would be old Kramnik, which would be the Kramnik we're seeing now. So what would happen to the first Kramnik?
But the Kramnik we're seeing now is old Kramnik?
No.
Old new Kramnik.
Yeah, would it be new old Kramnik or new Kramnik, or how would we go about defining Kramnik?
I think it would be a bit like the career of Robert De Niro, who has a very serious image in the 70s. He does all this stuff like a Raging Bull, Your Godfathers, that kind of business. Then he's as a second peak with stuff like Heat, but he becomes a little looser. Does movies like Meet the Parents, and then in the end he becomes a full-blown comedian.
Did he do the Fokker movies as well?
Yeah, that's Meet the Parents.
Okay.
With the Ben Stiller movies. And then in the end, Kramnik just starts doing every movie, which in chess means he starts playing every tournament. Like your next St. Pauli Open, Kramnik's gonna be there playing King's Gambit, not caring. I believe that's how it's gonna go. No offense to the St. Pauli Open.
Do you
Or
love
the King's
St.
Gambit.
Pauli Open? Or?
I've never played it, but it looked like a nice tournament.
I hated it.
St. Pauli Stadium. You didn't like it?
No.
Why not?
Did terribly there.
Sorry.
Story of my life.
Still, yeah. Gotta respect that from this position. Like this position, I'd be able to lose with white again.
Nah.
Yeah, I'd be very capable of losing
Why?
this. Some Rook G1, Rook G2.
No, wait. Rook
H5.
G1, you go G3. So let's not get it. Let's go Rook CA1 to try and exchange a pair of rooks.
Let's go.
Okay, so maybe I go Rook A8 here first for a start.
Oh, you're so solid.
Yeah. And then
Lawrence,
I go G3.
Solid Trent.
Then I say, you know what? Yeah.
You know what? You're gonna lose.
No, I'm not.
Rook G2, F5.
What are you talking about?
Look at my army.
I've got a million moves here.
Wait,
Bishop
one?
C2.
Why aren't you afraid? Be afraid. You're gonna lose.
Nah,
Yes.
I'm gonna win.
Ooh.
Takes.
Horsey?
Yeah, I missed Horsey, obviously.
Obviously. But I'm just saying, there's tricks now.
Tricks. So many tricks here.
A lot of tricks. Black is so active. You can maybe hang in there with this, but this is already not what Wang signed up for, like some risk-free grinding. This maneuver Rook H4, G4. It shouldn't work,
New
but it
Kramnik.
could. Because of this temporary lack of coordination.
So, I mean, can Wow. Yeah, this is not good, HG2.
This is what I was intending to show. Can't stop.
Can't stop the feeling of the shindig. Win big.
Please don't stop the music.
You know, like there's
Do stop the music.
new Kramnik and all of these guys.
Uh-huh.
Where do they get their upgrades from? Do they go to the, Apple Store or?
Do you see the movie Ex Machina?
No, I haven't seen it.
You should watch it. Every time there's a new version, you download whatever is in the brain, and update the new version.
Mm-hmm. What version are you in your life?
New Kramnik can still play the way old Kramnik used to play. He just chooses not to.
Right.
Still
What version are you? You
I
haven't
haven't
actually
received an update for a while.
for like 10 years.
Like I'm still pre-internet. I still run on DOS.
Wow. What about your floppy?
Yeah, it's not a hard drive.
Is it floppy?
97 plate. He doesn't want this pawn just yet. He wants
No
to
rush. Basically, there's no way to defend it.
He wants to have his cake and then eat it too.
If you get a knight to c5, it's just end.
And if you take,
This is.
it's still gone. And then without the
it's
bishop
end.
b5 will also fall, so you can't take.
Yeah.
What can you do? It's just
Can't
bad,
do
yeah?
anything. Just a terrible bishop on c6. Jan is still in beta mode. I agree. Or beta. Is it beta or beta? I always felt it was beta.
I always say beta for better or worse. I like what Kramnik's done here. Might not be great, but it's asking questions. How was this line again? Oh no, I wanted rook h1 check first, but it shouldn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I have to get a pair of rooks off here.
Yeah.
Unless...
Start with this, I guess.
And why can't you go... Yeah, well, this always... No, wait.
No, did you
Yeah.
triangulate me?
No, it's the same position.
But you didn't have to waste time.
Yeah, but what I'm...
No,
Yeah,
you
king
can.
f3. Yeah, no, that's easy, but what I'm saying is why can't you go knight g5 here?
Well,
Wow.
you can.
Yeah, but rook 1a4 is
Messy.
really...
Let's show the computer that this is madness. Sparta. And now this guy is trapped
this is insane.
out of the blue. This is impossible to spot. Chess is so tough, man.
Yeah. It really is. So Bluebaum is really facing the move. Poor guy, he was one rook away from being a leader of the tournament on 3.5. Now it looks like he's.
No, he had both the rooks. He just didn't win.
Right.
And yeah, so he lost that. No, he drew that. Then he, lost
Poor
a
guy.
normal game against Wang. That can happen.
Yeah.
And today, I think he was trying to stabilize and just make a draw and get over it. But this position, it does carry a little bit of strategic risk. He probably just played his preparation, this knight e1. But in hindsight, it was probably better to play the main line, which is something... I'm not saying this is objectively better or worse, but it's just very, very solid, something like this. And you can exchange everything at will on c6.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what theory is, but whatever. Let's just say... I'm saying if you want to make a draw, I'm not implying that he was intending to. Well, you can always play some position like this. You're never losing, that's my point. Ah, sorry, this is a game from the Politiken Cup, which Nikita Vityugov won, I think. I can get rid of these live games. We'll check back in. It's not called the Politiken Cup anymore, the Extra Con Cup. Check back in with it. Maybe tomorrow.
So Nisipeanu, Andreikin, we had rook c8, c3, and b5. It seems.
Excuse me? B5. Whoa.
b5 is a bit sort of... Is it necessary to play this move? I mean...
It's a good move if a5 is not strong. Because you want to make sure you don't get fixed with a weakness on a6. But if that doesn't work, then it's nothing special. Or if it's nothing special, like here, rook c4.
Right. Rook c4 is strong.
Mm. But I'm with you. Generally, I would prefer not to touch anything on that queen side. Play whatever. Rook c7, rook c8, nice. Don't think it changes the outcome of the game, though. Draw is still massive favorite.
Yeah, Fesace's going down today. Down, 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 down.
He's going
Down,
down
down,
for
down,
real.
down, down, down. Do you remember that song? Down, 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 down.
I do not.
Down, 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 down. That's the only lyrics. Down.
I don't remember it.
No, with the funny video of. You should check the. Get a screenshot of the video. You'd like it. It would work for the.
Is it a System of a Down song?
No, no. If you type in down, 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 down.
I'm not
No.
going to.
I'm not gonna do it.
Is it over though?
Yeah.
White is a pawn up. Black is a pawn down. Bring the king.
Yeah, there's weakness on g4 as well. You're pinned. This is hopeless.
Looks bad. The king is still bad.
King is bad.
We need to make something happen soon, like rook c4, and if bishop b4, c5, something like that. Even this doesn't work.
Rook c7.
So sick. Well, here I have some hope.
Do you?
This? Who
Is
knows?
this hope? Looks like
No, I have some hope.
king g3. Rook
Oh no, I might lose. But
What?
I hope I saw.
king takes f2.
Oh, sorry, I did not see that move. I meant this.
Yeah, but wait 1 second. Rook f5. We don't have to take on g4. Yeah, this
We
is
don't?
okay. No, c6. And then I get along the 7th.
Don't care. Give me the pawn.
Rook d7.
Don't care.
Oh no, rook d7 might not be the right way. Let me just try and think what the right way is.
Please. How's the thinking
Really?
going?
Really?
Just saying there's some hope, and rook games there's always some hope.
Of course. Yeah, apparently this is still good for white.
But bad news for black is white doesn't even have to allow any of this. He can just play rook b3
Yeah,
and
that
then
is-
go here.
That is a problem.
Collect this guy. It's just a bad situation.
And there's nowhere else to go? Oh no, that's a sad situation.
Mm-hmm. This is all on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, Kramnik.
He's gonna go rook a8. That I know for a fact.
Are you sure about that?
He will go rook a8 or something.
Well, you could do the next move.
Yeah, he
After
might go
G3.
g3.
He's not going to be afraid of king g7, I'm guessing.
I don't know, actually.
Neither do I.
By the way, you kind of instinctively want to get a pair of rooks off here. Wow. Yeah, he's going to go rook a8. That's Wang Yue style.
I think g3 is just keeping more options open. You can go rook a8 next move or not. But yeah, I hear you. Then again, all black needs really is this
Right.
three-piece army. If he gets to f2, he's going to be in good shape.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it's gonna turn out, but I enjoy the Kramnik even from this position. Found a way to mix it. There's a question for you, which I don't understand. Lawrence, do you mean Chomik from Polish edition of Idol?
Was it what?
I'm not sure what he means.
I have no idea what you're talking about, mate. I'm talking about the song down, 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 down.
That is a nice song.
Wow.
Bluebaum at least brings the king. Oof, he isn't.
König. Yeah, knight b3.
Yeah,
knight
looks like
a5.
sooner or later this will just go bad. Knight b3, knight a5, take the pawn. This will drop.
All gonna drop. Poor
Dropping them drops.
Matthias. Matthias. There's an umlaut in there somewhere, right?
No.
Oh. Yeah, poor Matthias.
It's like Lothar Matthäus.
Right. Lothar the Gopher. Was he? No, he wasn't a gopher. Good footballer,
Mm-hmm.
apparently. Played for a very important team called West Germany.
That is true.
He did not play for East Germany.
That is also true. Legendary football coach as well.
Is he?
Yeah, he coached. Bulgarian second league, Israeli league, like there are a lot of good outings.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how.
Might have been Bulgarian first league. I don't want to be wrong about these things. King B2, what is he doing?
Well, he doesn't want the pawn, clearly.
Why not? Does he think Matthias will blunder the rook? What's King B2? Your king was doing fine, no? Must be some method to it. I don't understand. You could have taken.
Yeah.
What's your point? Ah, he wants rook d1, a5? Is that must be the plan. Is it good though? But this must be his idea.
BA6, rook A6.
Only move, because if not, Anton the a pawn just runs.
A7, rook C8, rook D6. Wow.
Sometimes you could stop calculating here if you're.
No, I would stop calculating here with black.
You stopped calculating a long time ago.
Would you stop calculating here? Like, you look at this and you
I
just
would think it's winning for black. But apparently it's not. Because
there's a resource. Yeah. No. This is where...
Now, all of a sudden, if you make it here, you don't play this. But
yeah.
you can just evaluate as winning earlier.
I don't think you make it here. I don't think you make it here.
Because the only idea of king b2 has to be to play a5.
Of course.
Like, you don't have to. You can just go back. And,
no, of course. But he's never doing that.
But that's not the intention of king b2.
Wow.
After a5, ba6, you might get a second chance.
Rook c6, a7, rook c8. But here you kind of stop a lot of the time.
Sorry.
You stop here a lot of the time, I think.
And then again, if your alternative is resigns after a5 or like play some token moves and this pawn queens, you do go for this.
No, sure. I mean, he's
Bluebaum would play ba6.
Huh?
Bluebaum would play ba6.
Of course,
This is what to happen.
Of course. Nicholas Huschenbett, the legend from Hamburg, in the chat.
He's also saying he wants a5 after rook d1. Thanks, Niklas. Yeah, but ba6, it's not so clear. Where's Niklas at? He's in Berlin?
I don't know, he's probably wearing skinny jeans, sipping on a cappuccino as we speak.
Enjoying his, what do you call this, uppercut hairstyle.
Yeah.
He's very trendy, Niklas.
He really is.
Like,
he is.
Sitting in some Berlin
right.
street beach where they put like some fake sand.
Right.
Like,
with his scuffed shoes and $3,000 $3,000 Apple Mac computer, latest edition.
That's exactly what he's doing.
Hi, Nicholas, if you're there.
Yeah.
Nicholas also part of this group of extremely young super Grandmaster Germans. Very bright future Germany's got.
No, okay, some offense to Niklas, but I would not call him either extremely young or a super Grandmaster. He's a very strong Grandmaster.
Well, Nicholas is like 24 now.
Nah, he's been around forever. How can he be 24?
Niklas,
how old are you? You're like 26? Maybe not.
Let's have a look.
Maybe he's still is.
Nah,
young.
he's not 24, is he?
Maybe he is.
Maybe he's
That'd
25.
be shocking.
I'm going to settle on 25.
25 sounds like a good compromise. He is 25.
There we go.
Or his birthday is February 29th, so he's technically 6.
No, he's 25.
But his birthday is only every 4 years.
Ah! Huh! He was born on the 29th.
Mm-hmm. And Niklas says skinny jeans and cappuccino. You know me well, Lawrence.
That I do, buddy. That I do. Very strong player.
Very skinny jeans.
Very skinny jeans. Actually,
Skinniest.
he has to order skinny everything. Skinny jeans, skinny cappuccino with skinny milk, skinny girls.
Skimmed milk?
No, you can ask for skinny.
Skinny milk? Fat-free milk?
Yeah, like a skinny cappuccino you can ask for. Skinny girls. He also likes his broccoli.
Hang on, he orders skinny girls?
Yes.
Wow.
And he likes...
Niklas, can you confirm that? I'm not sure everything Lawrence is saying about you.
He likes his broccoli very skinny as well.
Okay.
Doesn't do fat broccoli, only skinny broccoli.
Okay.
He's a skinny kind of guy. He's a skinny guy, actually, Nicholas. Very skinny. Very kind of...
He's ripped, though. Did you see the six-pack pictures?
I did. I saw them all. Got them printed and on my wall. Enlarged.
Yeah, I was going to ask. They are still on your wall.
Yes,
huh?
they are. I'm sorry.
Niklas, I'm sure he's happy he chimed in. Like,
I'm sorry for stealing them from your wall, but I
have copies. What else is happening? After c3, b5, Nisipeanu played a5, as you do, you know, fishing for some weaknesses. Rook c4 also happened.
Yeah.
Rook d4 and e5.
Wow, that's a bit rad, but it might just simplify.
Just be fine. Like, I think everything just drops off. Sample variation. Draw. But maybe white could have done better somewhere out here. But I sort of feeling it must be draw.
Knight c5?
Yeah, maybe knight c5.
Attacking
tackle the pawn. That's the draw. Everything must go.
Yeah.
Niklas says, okay, let's get back to chess. I don't know which one
Nicholas,
was it. Was it the skinny broccoli that turned him off?
When have we never been on the chess? We are on the chess day in, day out.
And in between.
Conservative kind of guy, Nicholas, you know, doesn't like to show his skinny hands.
That is true. He likes to play it close to the chest.
He does.
Which he can do because he's having these skinny shirts he's wearing. So
Absolutely.
he can get very close to his chest.
He really can, yeah. Really can.
Okay, back to chess. I always hear that, but I never hear any chess input. All I hear is like, talk more chess. But people never give us any chess to talk.
He's just sitting,
I don't mean Niklas.
sitting there in his skinny t-shirt.
Even though Niklas pointed out the a5 idea, which still has not appeared. I think Radek is having second thoughts now, because he spotted. The guy's not just going to resign after a5. He's going to go for this. And all of a sudden, all hell could break loose.
And what if you go knight a4, rook d7 is the point, right?
That is one of many points. The other point is c5. Overloading your construction.
What, and rook d7 doesn't work? Or
well, this is just very strong.
Well,
BC,
we've got... I hate to admit, but we've got this. Incredible if he gets away with this.
This happened. Wow. I think that Bluebaum is going to be extremely excited that he got here. Maybe he thinks I'm lost, but at least now you can make active moves. Well, earlier, had Radek just taken the pawn and shuffled his knight around to a5, you just lose sooner or later. So shout out to Matthias Bluebaum, who's still in business.
Wow. Yeah, it's very
Niklas
surprising.
agrees. Radek really played it. It's quite surprising. Because he could still have backtracked if after rook d1, you do whatever. King c3, rook c1, check, king b4. It's not like white has any easy ways to improve his position.
Can't.
Well, we still have this maneuver. Another thing about Niklas. He enjoys German rap music.
He does. He's a big 1-4.
No, 1-4 is more my era.
Oh.
Like I don't know this new stuff the kids are listening to. I think it's Kollega.
Kollega, yeah, that sounds right, yeah.
And
Digger.
Yeah. 187 Straßenbande.
I don't know, you'll have to
Niklas
ask
should,
Niklas.
update us because I'm so old. All I listen
so
to
he's
like
into
early 2000s.
He's into his German rap.
There used to be a time, like long time ago, more than 10 years ago, when I was doing a bit of training with Niklas, and I was mainly trying to convert him to American rap, but it didn't work.
Didn't work out.
Didn't work at all.
No. Understandable. Wang Yue doing what I thought he would do.
Did he?
Of course he did. It's a natural thing to do, baby.
He did he.
No.
And G3. Now Rook G2, King F3, of course, is not possible.
Kramnik
But there
will
was
find
this 95.
Yeah, he will find that. He will
Yeah,
find
the
that.
key trick is the one we've
Yeah,
shown
this
earlier
is-
that white can't hold everything because
Yeah.
of this.
And the important thing is King F3, Rook takes F2 check, and the bishop is
Gonzo.
Gonzo, and this is losing.
I don't know if it's losing, but all of a sudden white has to make a draw. It's probably a draw, but it's not what you want. I think it's a draw. Should be a draw.
Really?
Yeah. Most
No?
3 versus 2 rook endgames are drawn. Niels Roos says only good German rep is KIZ. I tried to educate Lawrence on KIZ the other day.
KZ, yeah. I like them. What was the song you were showing me?
I don't know, which one was it?
The first one. It was something about
Geldessen?
not Geldessen.
Was their hit record Hahnenkampf.
What does that mean?
It means a fight between roosters.
Oh, like Henshin.
I think I could have a different word for that in English. Not sure.
No, please go on.
Yeah, I enjoy the stylings of
You
KIZ.
enjoy Hahnenkampfs?
No.
Have you ever
I've never been to Hahnenkampf.
participated in a Hahnenkampf?
No, you can't translate it the way you think you can.
No?
Hahn is just a rooster.
Right. So you're not a fan of Hahnenkampf?
No,
You're not subscribed to Hahnenkampf Weekly, for example,
no.
the weekly magazine.
No.
Okay. I believe you.
I did say the truth.
Do you want a Hahnenkampf with me later?
No.
Okay. I've got a few Hannens at my house.
I don't believe you.
I do.
I don't think there's
in the
any
back.
roosters in your house.
There are roosters in the back garden.
Okay.
They're
Do
all.
you train them to fight?
Sometimes it depends how. I got to get them hard, hardened up.
What do you mean?
The roosters get them hard.
Like
that's it.
street smart?
Yeah, they're soft guys.
Okay.
This
So
is a draw.
are you still feeding them?
Yes.
This could be a draw. Probably is a draw. This pawn is alive. You might win with white. Who knows?
Yeah. That would be really a turnaround. I'd probably lose this with black. I'd probably lose with both colours.
Yeah, this is on the board,
Yeah.
and Bluebaum must be thrilled. This
Yeah,
is
unbelievable.
tough. Like
Yeah.
once the rook gets here, so many targets. It's a pity we don't have any cams, because I could imagine Radek sitting there shaking his head, thinking,
Right.
"What am I doing? Why don't I just take the pawn, bring the knight to a5, take another pawn, win the game?" I understand it wasn't that easy, but just conceptually to allow this is cray.
Cray.
Not just cray. And Bram van Einaten is asking tomorrow last round, right? That is
Yes.
correct. Tomorrow is the
What
last
time
round.
is it
I
tomorrow?
do believe it starts earlier, like at 1 p.m. At
Okay.
least in my days, that was the case. Why change a good schedule? But I will also check the information tab. Will I check it? To inform us. Yeah, it's 2 hours earlier, so our German time, it starts at 1:15 probably with a small delay. So 2 hours earlier than what you're used to. Sometimes can be tough if you have a schedule like me that you're used to waking up and then preparing. If you have to play 2 hours earlier, that messes up your rhythm in the last round. Not
No.
yours, but mine.
No, I mean it does, but I mean, it really messes it up when it's a 10 a.m. start on the
Of
Sunday.
course, 1 p.m. is not the end of the world,
Yeah.
but still you're used to whatever, waking up at 10, getting breakfast, then you go for a little walk to wake up, then you prepare from 12 till 2. Well, you have a nap, you go there, or whatever your schedule is. It's normally very hard to
Agreed.
advance it by 2
Yeah.
hours. But of course, there's always organizational reasons. You want to have the prize-giving ceremony afterwards and so on. And Rook C6 is on the board. Bluebaum might hold this. This would give him a lot of
win it.
morale for the last game
Might win
against
it.
Kramnik. It's not impossible. I doubt it, but this pawn still alive. Very hard to fight against with the knight as usual. And you just grab as many pawns as you can get. To. And we have a chance that everybody will finish at 50%. Wow. I don't know what happens then. Probably they have some weird Sonneborn Berger that you won a game against somebody who had a lot of points. I don't know how stuff works.
So sick.
But everybody must have the same
7-way playoff.
I don't think they have playoffs in Dortmund.
No, they don't.
That would mean that Kramnik wins his 10th Dortmund.
Yeah, with 50%. I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know.
I also do not think so. So that would mean Bluebaum would have to win today and then lose to Kramnik in the last round. If Bluebaum won today, Wojciech is back on 50%.
Right.
Kramnik draws today, everybody else draws.
Right.
Bluebaum loses last round, he's back to 50%.
Right.
Kramnik goes to 50%,
Right.
everybody else draws. There you go.
It's a sick world.
And it's in play. It's no longer impossible that Bluebaum wins today.
No,
you could
absolutely.
imagine a scenario. He takes a couple of pawns.
I would lose this very
Pushes
easily
it.
with black against Bluebaum.
No doubt about it.
Would you? Why?
No, I'd be very upset here with black. And then all of a sudden you start thinking, oh, this is not an easy win. And then you start thinking, ugh, I could actually lose this if he takes all my pawns. So it's an unpleasant spot psychologically.
Very unpleasant.
I would guess that it's a knight. You can't be lost here.
Okay.
Black has to be absolutely fine, even better. But probably you don't win this. Just exchange a bunch of pawns. Sample variation. Du hast keinen Grund, das Gesicht
No.
zu
King takes.
versehen.
Wait a second. Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, this is one of many sample variations. Still.
Okay, e5 was kind of pushing it. Something like this could very well
Yeah.
happen. Like, obviously, none of it is forced, but just to show that white.
Yeah, you can't.
Will be
lose,
alright.
can you, with
You
black?
grab one of the pawns and then you exchange all the pawns you can see. But with black, if you don't do something too crazy, you shouldn't. This is a move. I'm not sure if this is a good move. I doubt it, because here we really might never get out of this. So king takes c4.
Putting yourself
you're
in the
planning to give a
self-pin.
check, but then king f2.
No, this
and
is horrible.
This is just really bad.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Isn't nice? I like.
And we're being informed that the first tiebreaker is the number of games with black.
Oh wow. Okay.
Ah.
Interesting. That old chestnut.
Then second tiebreaker, number of wins. So probably Fesace, does he have more blacks? He has a bunch of decisive games. Maybe if everybody has 50%, he would win.
That tiebreak probably cost me like
Bazillion.
gazillion dollars.
Another game that heated up surprisingly is this one.
Yeah, why can't they just make draws, these guys, and let us all
Why
go?
not just make a bunch of quick draws, like us chess fans want to see?
Right, exactly.
Did Andreikin lose a pawn? What is he doing?
He went a bit crazy. He's trying to win.
But how can you try to win by giving up a pawn? Maybe you can, but still. Dieter is not the man to be messed with in like these types of positions.
I'm not a fan of it. I mean, yeah, I don't get it. So going back to that tiebreak, had that tiebreak not existed in the candidates 2016, my boy wouldn't have had to play a Sicilian defence to try and win.
What you're saying is Caruana and Kayakin were tied on points before the last round, but Kayakin had the better tiebreak.
Right.
Therefore, Caruana had to play for a win with the black pieces. And if that had not been the case, and for example, they had a match with equal points, Caruana's chances to qualify for the World Championship
At least
was renewed.
50%. Then it would have been us in New York, and blah blah blah. And history would have been different. And what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I'm not sure they would have hired me on the other side if it was against Fabi.
We might have hired you.
Beautiful.
I
Or
think-
everything would have changed.
can just imagine
Course of chess history.
it really would have.
Yeah. And Fabi had some chances in that tournament.
Definitely had some chances. Those 2 games against Topalov won't ever sleep again.
Especially that game where it was black and winning, and then things went a little cray.
Unbelievable. Unglaublich.
What is going on here? Is Maxime grinding this out? Fesace is still hanging around. There was a question.
Yeah. Hanging around.
Right. Evans Gambit, is Fesace a favorite to save this
He
position?
might be now.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's still an underdog.
Why? Rook b2 and you just chase the bishop and Trent bishop takes d4.
The thing is, yeah, we're still not threatening to take because of bishop d4.
Right, but let's just say I go rook b2 anyway. Yeah, this you're not winning.
Probably not, no.
Hey, you found some resources, did Mr. Fedoseev.
Yeah,
Wow!
And
Look
they
what
simplified a
we
bit.
got.
He got this pawn.
Wow.
Oof, it's tough. But white is still very
Yeah,
active.
Of
Like,
course.
this rook was already here.
Rook
Things might be
c2,
different. But the king is far away.
Rook c2, rook a2, rook c. What happened after rook b2?
And let me show you.
No,
This
wait.
happened.
Wait.
It did happen.
Rook c2, he just took on c6. Okay.
He said, it's alright, let's exchange these pawns, bring the king. Maxime is very good judging these things.
You say he's very good at everything.
No, I'm saying he's very good at short calculations and endgames.
What
and
isn't
like
he
it.
good at?
He has a more limited opening repertoire than most of his peers. He only plays the Najdorf and the Grunfeld.
Okay.
And I would say his experience in whatever these Rui Lopez Italian positions that they all play is more limited than Kramnik's or Magnus's or whatnot. So his touch in these quiet positions, I feel, is slightly behind some of his peers. But his calculating ability in such an endgame, I wouldn't take anybody over Maxime. Or would I? No, I don't think so. I mean, there's plenty good endgame players, but I feel often the guys who are perceived as more tacticians, they are underrated as endgame players. Well, it really helps if you're a great calculator like Maxime is. Having said all that, it, in theory at least, and in practice as well, normally helps the defender to reduce the material on board. And here, it's only 3 versus 2, but it's only 1 pawn up.
It is a
So
passed pawn.
Yeah, the question is how quick it can be supported and if black can fight against it. If white just brings his king here and pushes it, things could be bad. But both sides have to do some work on improving their rook's positions.
Let's go to the Kramnik game because that is curious. So Wang Yue found this maneuver of rook a4.
I'm sorry. They're both playing great, yeah? Kramnik found this knight 6 e5 based on this trick which we've pointed out.
Right.
Here you take on f2, but Wang Yue said, no thank you, I will transfer my rook here. Which is not the most stable of outposts, but it still does cover everything. Kramnik also does not miss a beat, goes rook to h1, don't even ask me why.
Because I think you don't run into, after rook g2, rook takes g4. Ideas, knight takes g4, king f3.
Was that
I don't know.
possible?
I mean, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying it's an option. And yeah, I'm not saying this is any good. Yeah, probably no good, but there are these kind of themes, and the rook is much better on h2.
Yeah, also, if needed, can support some h5, h4s. No, I'm not sure that's what you want. Somehow feels a bit like we're in for some move repetition, like some rook h2, rook to f4, and some h5, knight g6, rook goes somewhere, knight goes back, something like that.
No, because after knight g6, rook goes somewhere, rook h2, you can't defend everything.
Yeah, maybe. Well, so after h5 I go here to stop knight g6 then.
Yeah, now f5. Definitely the most logical move.
Anyway,
Okay.
we go humble. Should be a draw. Black is very active. I feels drawish.
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
he's
about
played
doing
King
as well.
D2. That's interesting.
King D2.
Wow.
R2
So,
D2.
The idea is that after knight G6, he wants to go bishop G4, knight F4, bishop F3, and be tricky Mickey.
Does he want to do
I
that?
think so. Yeah, but now you can, just take.
Everything's under control. Black might still draw this, but it's not what you want.
Yeah. I'm not sure how under control. Yeah, probably is a draw. So King D2 is a good move, also by Wang Yue. 2 minutes 35. We should mention that actually, that he is down to
H5.
Yeah, but now-
Just stopping
now-
bishop G4.
Sure.
because,
But now.
more exciting games today. Could be 4 draws, but action-packed.
Really good.
Andreikin once again
Really
taking great
gambling.
chances, but looks like he's still kicking. Rook E3 is what you want to do.
No.
95 I take, I guess. Yeah, this feels dangerous. Yeah, this is just bad. King E3.
Right.
But here and here.
Yeah, this rook is very passive on E3. Wow. Sick.
Maxime has decided that priority number 1 is not to bring the king, but to free
Free Willy.
Richard the rook.
Now black's king gets in, right?
King 6. Feels like black might hold this.
Could very well hold this, yeah.
And Wojtaszek is
Wow.
probably regretting his choices greatly.
Yeah.
This is the key position. He
Just
spotted
take
this
the
idea to
pawn.
go king b2 and a5.
Take a pawn. Could have taken the pawn ages ago.
Yeah, then again, 9 out of 10 times, like, you see, you're stopping the a-pawn, you're just a knight up,
Yeah.
you're just winning. But here, things are so awkward all of a sudden that you do get just enough counterplay.
Yeah.
This is probably a draw. f6 has been played. He's got to take on g7, I'm guessing h5. Yeah, g4, let's say, takes.
And
There's
that
just
way,
not
yeah.
enough pawns, but
Yeah.
left you go g5, create another pass pawn. While black fights against them, you exchange his last pawn. You go home. So that must give him some morale after this.
Yep.
Morale? After
Morale
these
boost.
tough last 2 rounds. Rook takes g7 played. Yeah, dodged a bullet there, Matthias Bluebaum. This is one of the toughest things. You're sort of being outplayed by a higher rated player. You're a little tired, but then to find resources or to stay in the game. I mean, he was forced in a way by Radek, but still, kudos
Yeah.
to Matthias Bluebaum.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rook a3, rook d1 has been played. Now knight d5 is a threat, activating to the fullest. Knight b6 would stop knight d5, but then it's very hard for white to do anything if you go c4.
Don't
rook
know.
b1.
This looks very dangerous. Yeah. I mean, what
You
I'm
have to
saying is,
calculate
you have
stuff.
to calculate
Mm.
a6 here, for example.
Exactly.
No, a6 looks extremely dangerous for white. For black.
Might just be good. Might still be a draw like Bluebaum style, but it's not exactly what we signed up for.
Definitely not what you signed up for.
Not here, there's too many pawns.
Too many bonds.
Rook e1 played, is this a draw offer? I guess not. Let's see.
No, they
Well,
want to
probably
get.
is just trying to repeat
Yeah.
once before to make it closer to the time control. This is move 37 or 36 after rook e1. No, 37 after rook e1, sorry. And sometimes you want to make the key decisions
Mm.
with a little more time on the clock.
Precisely.
What are we talking about? The chat's talking about draw odds in World Championship matches. How do you feel about those? Kramnik Leko.
Well, that one
Kasparov
was.
Cup of matches.
I mean, The Kramnik Lego match, he was never the same after, Peter, was he? Really, I don't think he recovered fully from that match.
Yeah, he got a lot of heat for his strategy later on.
Yeah.
So. But also tough. He's a 25-year-old playing a World Championship match. He finds himself in the lead, and then there's thousands of armchair generals like us that, of course, know better. But yeah, was a big blow for him, the way they won. This game ended peacefully, so Dieter, did not try to push harder. Understandably, like, I don't know where this line was leading, but he decided it's not worth it.
Not enough time on the clock. It was a practical decision. He had enough anyway. Game didn't exactly go to plan for him, so...
His streak was also at risk. Like, imagine he wins this, he would not...
Be happy,
He would break his drawing streak in Dortmund, which after today's draw is 13 games in a row.
Impressive.
That is nice. I'm only saying this half tongue-in-cheek because Dieter, normally he's slightly outrated in these Dortmund tournaments, and he hasn't lost a game for 13 in a row.
Gaining points.
It is pretty good.
Must be. Yeah, this is the position basically we said we'd get. And now... is the point that after bishop e2, knight g6, we can just go rook c4 or something? I suppose that's the idea. Knight f2, well, no, this is...
my pass pawn is much nicer than your not
Bertrand, the b pawn is...
Both Bertrams. Especially Bertram the first. First of his name. King of the Andals.
Bertrand.
Breaker of chains.
Yep. So this one is still tricky to defend.
Yeah, but you put the king here.
The king rushes to c6.
Does he?
Seems so.
I have counterplay.
Contrajuego.
Contrajuego. Once the king is here. Harry.
Harry the Hunchback.
But Fesace played h4.
Wow, don't like that. Because
Gives up the counterplay.
Yeah, but
it also could be that we'll get some bishop rook versus rook.
You might be able to just exchange g pawn. Well, okay, good luck to you. I hope he knows how to defend that one.
I think he knows.
Does he?
Then again, we all know technically, but to do it over the board, okay.
I don't.
Do it over the board is never easy.
Put your rook on the second rank somewhere.
There you go.
That's it. I never had to defend it. I know I'm going to get this in my next tournament. I just have a real premonition. And I'm going to have to defend, not try and win. Trying to win it is quite a nice position to be in. But I remember Magnus Carlsen duffing up Peter Svidler in a World Blitz Championships. Just
yeah, I've seen that video.
It's unbelievable.
Kramnik. Active defense, yeah? Sacrificing a pawn, making stuff happen. I like how he played. You're a fan?
I didn't like how Wang Yue played in certain moments.
When?
Well...
Give me one moment. Just one moment in time.
I'm not sure King F1, King E1 was the best. Bit slow.
Yeah, don't worry. Well, that's like 8,000 moves ago.
No, I know, but...
I meant like here. G5, knight G6. You can have that A pawn, I don't care. I'll mess around.
No, I like what Kramnik has done from here, for sure.
Did we make the time control everywhere? Let's stick around till the time control. And
Well,
then
this is move 50.
this is way past it. This game is over. Draw for Nisipeanu and Andreikin, who both have drawn all their games so far. Not without adventures, but they did draw them all. Vachier-Lagrave Kramnik is headed towards the draw, but there's still 5 moves till the time control. We'll certainly stick around for those. And
Yeah.
Matthias Bluebaum was given a second lease of life. Is that English? Yeah. Second chance by Radek Wojtaszek. Now this game should end peacefully. They made it to move 41, so Bluebaum will have a careful look around. Wojtaszek can't be very happy camper that he got this position.
Absolutely not. Will be very disappointed with himself.
Because a victory would have put him on +2 as well.
Yeah.
not locking up victory, but yeah, making him a big favorite to win the tournament. And I believe it would be his first, depending on what you count as super tournaments, but his first super tournament victory probably. Now, keep in mind that one game has already finished. This is what the cross table currently looks like. Andreikin drawing all his games, Nisipeanu drawing all his games, both have 3 out of 6. Vachier-Lagrave has 3 out of 5, is a favorite to draw this game as well. Bluebaum will probably hold, which will be very good for his spirit. Having a tough game with black against Kramnik in the last round. So he would be on 3 out of 6 as well. Same can maybe be said about Fesace, who's still under pressure. One narrative we haven't exploited that much yet is Maxime. Has not yet won a game.
Right.
Might not win one today. The defending
it looked like
champion.
he was going to win at some point, but somehow, yeah.
Both Maxime and Kramnik without a victory so far. Today Maxime still has chances to win his game, but it feels like Fesace is now a favorite to hold. So little material left.
Rook f4. So bishop h4 is a huge threat here, actually. And if bishop d6, rook f5, check bishop h4 anyway, might just...
Okay.
Yeah, so bishop d6. Bishop d6 you can't. He's completely bungled this then.
We have to go here to...
And then bishop h4, you can't defend it.
Sorry. It's just a draw. Okay, then, it's just a draw,
Wow.
Because I was praising him for his endgame skills, then he decided...
Wow, he's just drawn. Yeah.
I'm not going to accept any praise. This is just a draw.
No, it's just a draw. Wow. He's resourceful, this Fesace.
He's a tricky guy. And like Peter Svidler said, very self-confident, which helps. Even if things go wrong a little bit, he keeps believing in
that
himself.
must be a nice attribute to have, you know? Playing MVL, meh. Like, nearly busted, meh. Just play on, make a draw.
Play on, play on.
Would you like to have that quality?
I think it's a very important quality to have.
Yeah,
it's always been a weakness of mine that if things go wrong, like my play becomes weaker.
It gets worse.
Which is natural, but some people... Fabiano also used to have that.
He's
just make a good move, no matter what the position is, no matter what happens.
So sick.
It's a very important skill to have.
Do you think if you had that, you'd be 2700?
No, I never think it's one individual thing, but it certainly helps.
Meh.
King d6 played by Wojciech. His idea is to play knight to d7, then take the pawn. It should not matter even if we go for this. There's always too much counterplay. The knight is a bit clumsy, like chasing down these passed pawns. So
careful.
Yeah, you have to be careful. I don't think black can ever be worse, but you have to be.
Check on 95.
Where do I go here? 95, h5. It can never be worse.
You can always sack the knight for a pawn on g6.
Yeah, black can never be worse.
No. Actually, you have to be careful here with white.
No one has to be all that careful. Both sides have to make sensible moves, and it should end in a draw. And Pramod NVS is joining the show. Says, didn't Peter join the show today? He did. You missed him, Pramod. Sorry, man.
This is interesting now. Knight f6. Now 94. Check 95. I start to get a bit worried here. My pieces with white are a bit poorly coordinated, aren't they?
You have to be careful. Kramnik is not playing for a draw. He's trying to do whatever is in his powers to keep this game going.
He doesn't want Nietzsche.
No, clearly. He has to win games for the race for the candidates rating list qualification. That sentence didn't make sense, right? But to bring up his rating so he has a chance to keep up with Fabiano Caruana and Wesley
There was an announcement today, about where the candidate is going to be. Did you read that? Yeah.
No, I did not.
It's going to be in either, I think they mentioned, or was it the World Championship final match? Illusionov. Do you want to quickly Twitter Kirsan?
I don't want to Twitter Kirsan. What shall I look up for you?
No, it was a Twitter announcement. So maybe. Oh, look up Taye. He will know. Or Svensson on Twitter.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to check all of Twitter now. But if anybody knows where the candidates or the World Championship match will be, please let us know in the chat.
I think it was Baku, London, and Germany was on the list. Somewhere in Germany.
What's that? So there's like a bunch of places applying for it?
I don't know exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Golden age, where you have multiple candidates.
Imagine in Hamburg. That would be nice, actually, right?
Would be nice.
Would you go to the event if it was here in Hamburg?
I probably would.
You'd pop by.
Probably stop
Maybe
by.
even play.
Probably play. Yeah.
You'd be the wild card. Can you imagine if they just rang you up, Jan, we want you to be the wild card?
I think they have rules to prevent that. Like the wild card has to be 2,750 minimum.
Well,
And in the meantime, one player who is 2,750 minimum has drawn his game.
Amazing.
MVL. Looked like he was really getting somewhere. He won't be very happy with himself that he allowed this to just peter out so
quickly. My God.
And like textbook stuff. Just exchange all the pawns, draw. Like, no problem for black.
Incredible.
Good save for Fesace.
Yeah, bishop b5 check, great
Nice
move.
little move.
Yeah, really good.
Provoking g3 so the king can't get here.
Yeah. No, these kids, you can't. They're difficult to beat. Difficult to beat.
I'm reading that Berlin was mentioned for the candidates before the German Chestoration elections. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't heard much about that.
Hamburg would be a really great location for one of these tournaments.
I think Hamburg as an event location has taken a bit of a hit over the last month. I thought you saw it.
Well, I was part of those demonstrations. No, but I mean that was only during...
I shouldn't joke about that.
No, I mean...
But yeah, I don't think Hamburg has been in the conversation for such things.
I think it should be.
Yeah? You're gonna put it back on the map?
I'd love to.
You're an organizer. Organize.
I'd love to. I'd love to.
Knight g4 plate. Knight d1 will probably happen. It's a nice move to make. You cover f2 and you cut off the rook from.
If the candidates were in Hamburg, Radio Jan could do the commentary.
Yeah, he wouldn't be my first choice.
But I mean, if he got the gig, he would do it, right? I mean, if he got the job.
I have a hard time picturing in Germany that they would hire Radio Jan as a commentator.
Where does he live, Radio Jan?
Oh, no.
Okay. I thought you were good friends with him. But...
No, can't stand him. Can't stand that he's stealing my thunder. Knight f g4, what is this about? Knight d1, he wants to go back and then repeat moves?
Maybe to get to the time control. Well, they're at the time control, so...
It's move 39, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They both need to make one move. Wang Yu's clock is ticking down. But knight d1.
Come on, just go knight d1. Just do it, Wang Yu.
You can do it. Or maybe he's thinking this is the time to break free.
Wow. With 20 seconds left, you go e4, no?
Okay, why not? Here, here. Here, here, draw.
Yeah, this is a real easy draw, but
well, I don't think white needs to make
a
draw here.
You don't change the pawn structure when you've got seconds left on your clock.
Do they say that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
If Fabi had known about that, well, let's not go there. Let's not go there. I think Radio Jan would ask for a lot of money as well, you're right. Radio Jan would be very expensive. He would have to buy new clothes, new hats, and...
Hats aren't cheap.
They're not cheap at all. He went knight d1, which is the right move to do.
Is that the move you would have played?
Yes.
So it's not true what they say that people from Essex never retreat.
Did they say that?
I think they say that.
Where did they say that?
I'm not sure.
There are some good films about Essex.
East 17
Essex Boys. Have you ever seen Essex Boys? I suggest you watch it.
East End Boys?
No, I don't. But do you know, what's his face? Sean Penn. Not Sean Penn. Who's the other Penn?
I only know Sean Penn.
Maybe it is Sean Penn. Essex Boys, great film.
Mm-hmm. I probably won't watch it.
No, it's a really good film. You'd like it. Yeah.
We have 2 draws so far, MVL, Fesace and Nisipeanu, Andreikin, which means that 3 of the 4 players in these games keep their perfect record of all draws in Dortmund alive, while Fesace, who's been a spark of light? Spark of light? I don't know what he's been. Has won a game, lost a game. Today he was very close to losing to MVL, but managed to hold the fort in the end. Nisipeanu here in time travel didn't want to take any chances. He could maybe have continued the game by trying this knight b6 line, which we were talking about, intending to push his pawns. But who knows? Wang Kramnik is probably headed for a move repetition. Maybe right here, right now, knight f6, knight c3. Doesn't look like either side has resources to play for more.
Right.
Black is just too active. And
it's going to be all draws, I think.
Looks like it. Matthias Bluebaum, bit of a miracle escape, because in this position he looked dead in the water. You could take this pawn, then bring the knight here, and it's not over. White would kick and scream, but being a pawn down and black having arguably the better minor piece, looked like you were not gonna save this. Instead, Wojciech found an idea that at first sight looked like it was winning immediately. King b2 and a5. Now if you don't address this a-pawn, it will just run and queen. But after ba6, miraculously, black is so uncoordinated for a moment that white can drum up enough counterplay. Thanks to this move, you can't really save this. One big point is knight a4, c5, very pretty.
That's a very nice move.
bc, rook a6, and all of a sudden white wins. And not the only move, rook d7 is possible as well. Instead, king c3 takes, you have to stop rook b8, so rook a8, rook to c6, also important. Like sneakily making his way to the 7th rank, and that ensures enough counterplay to take a draw. He's taken 2 pawns on g7 and h7. Wojciech is prepared, knight d7. Oh yeah, we looked at some lines. I think it doesn't even matter what you do. g4, g5, h4, h5.
g4, knight d7 is on the board.
Here. He's played g4, which is very sensible. Knight d7, g5, I'm guessing.
Got to be a bit careful though, because this line fg, fg, rook a7.
The thing is, after fg, fg, there's only 1 pawn left. That's really... I think it's impossible to win for black.
No, I got to be a bit careful here with white, I think.
Just a draw.
No, I understand it's a draw, but no.
I don't think it's difficult. Just push the pawns.
Pushkin?
Yeah. Knight f6 has been played by Kramnik, and we have made it past the time control, so probably Wang will have a long, hard look at the position that he currently has there. While Wojciech blitzed out knight d7, Bluebaum's got to think a bit, and then play g5. Holding. We will take another break, then be back with you guys for maybe the final part of today's round. 4 draws. Our big favorite. See ya.
We had a draw.
Welcome back, boys and girls, even though I'm not sure there are multiple females watching. We have had another
And everybody
draw.
non-gender, non-binary.
That's right.
Anybody who's watching, of any particular persuasion.
Except for the Dolphins watching. You're not welcome here.
That's true.
Wang versus Kramnik ended peacefully, no surprise there. We pointed out before the break that neither side really has any resources to play for a win. Even though Wang is a pawn up, Kramnik is just too well coordinated here. And therefore, after knight f6, threatening knight e4 check, knight c3, knight fg4 is a very natural move repetition. And the players shook hands, or at least I would guess so. I don't think Wang and Kramnik are on non-handshaking terms. That leaves us with only one game, Matthias Bluebaum against Radek Wojtaszek, where Radek Wojtaszek looked like he was systematically outplaying Bluebaum, but ever since he allowed this piece sacrifice weave, we capped it plenty by now. It looks like the game is headed towards a draw. Wojtaszek surely trying to make something happen. Bluebaum started with h4, not with g5. Shouldn't change things. I'm still mildly surprised by that. I think it makes no difference.
I think he wants to take back on g5.
I think he wants to go
pawn.
h8?
Yeah, because I think it's easier to exchange the e6 pawn and basically secure a draw.
That's true. But I think also with these two pawns running that there were 0 winning chances. But
yeah, but you start to get hallucinations, fg5, rook a3, knight jumps, and you know, nothing to worry about, obviously, but...
Fair enough.
But no, he's going to go fg5, hg5, because g6, g7 is still in the air, and...
It's just a draw, like... I don't think you can afford to go f5, allow h5.
I mean...
You might hold, but it's not a winning attempt.
No.
So you probably have to take sooner or later, and hg is also very solid. Worst case scenario, you can always manufacture some e4, f5, and all the pawns come off. So yeah, it should end peacefully, and that's a break for Bluebaum, who, yeah, I'm not sure if there's such a thing as justice in chess, but after not winning this game against Andreikin,
there is such a thing as justice in chess.
I'm not so sure. I think every game exists by itself. It's not like there's some karma thing.
I think there's.
But of course, in the long run, if you say you can get lucky or unlucky, things should even out.
I'm due a lot of good luck.
The problem is the long run sometimes can be very long.
Nobody knows how long the long run is, right?
No, it really depends. Some people might be marathon. For me, like 200 meters is a long run. It really depends on your stamina. But this game will end peacefully in the long and in the short run. Of course, you can jump around a little, but there's just not enough resources. You will need to coordinate an attack on this pawn, for example, and stop the g-pawn and stop the e-pawn from falling. Just too many things that have to happen. I'm wondering, as I'm saying these things, if you could try to manufacture something, but I don't see it.
Well, rook a1, g6 would be a mistake because of rook g1, I suppose.
Even that.
g7.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just saying, if we want to draw, we can always do this.
Wow.
That's the thing, there's only one pawn left. It's not hard to exchange it.
You can't play e5 here.
You can, but are you gonna win this?
Get a blockade going. I don't like e4.
Why?
Rook f1. No, you got king e2. That's sad.
Anything.
Rook f4.
I have this guy. This guy.
Okay. It's getting a bit messy.
Nah. This guy is too strong.
Too weak, too slow?
Too fast, too strong.
Knight f6, rook g6, king e7, rook f6, rook g4 check.
Oof, drama, baby. Okay, it's just random lines, but everything should end peacefully here, bearing major blunders. There's not enough, and knights are not particularly good fighting against passed pawns. Like, it's worse against h-pawn. But g-pawns are also not their favorite, because you can't deal with the g-pawn from the I-file, because there is no I-file.
J.M. Keynes said that in the long run we're all dead. Economics joke. What was his name? John Milton Keynes? Sounds familiar. Milton.
He of Milton Tea?
I don't think this is going 3 hours, guys.
3 more hours? Nah, it should end peacefully. I believe reasonably quickly, actually. Radek will take a bit of time to see if there's anything he can do to induce winning chances, but I don't think it happens. Because even if you get Rook Knight versus Rook, which maybe is the best case scenario, like people blitz out a bunch of moves, but you don't play that for a win seriously because there's so few problems to be put.
John Maynard Keynes.
I've heard of John Maynard Keynes. What did he do again?
He was a famous economist.
Okay.
I can't remember what his school of thought was exactly. Funny, I did a year of economics at university and can't remember. Legit can't remember what he was proposing.
I can't remember how any of the games started, so let's do a little refresher. MVL Fed was the line of the Caro-Cam, which I've always had some sympathy for, because white has the 2 bishops, but it's not the most for black either, especially here, where you have a good structure. And yeah, the timing of h4 was or was not a little off. Fesace provoked e5 by playing knight f6. MVL said, no thank you, went bishop f3, and here took with the bishop on e4. I thought he would go knight takes e4, trying to maintain the 2 bishops and make something out of the bishop pair. Instead he went for this, when it looked like Fesace was perfectly fine, but MVL kept asking some questions. Then e5 was a bit of a youthful, optimistic move. Instead of defending queen f7, rook a8, Fesace tried to solve the issue directly. I'm not sure if he missed something, but here he ran into trouble. Had to defend an endgame and pawn down later on, which he did very well.
Did a very good job. That's so, right.
Draw.
John Maynard Keynes, big demand side. Yeah, he was always demand, demand, demand. He demanded a lot.
Of demand for Dortmund commentary.
Sure is.
This game, yeah, was a bit of an experimental opening choice by Andreikin, the c6, bishop to g4 and d5. Even though it had been played d4, he didn't make it up. And it looked like Dieter did a good job to create some initiative, or at least I thought so during the game. But black had time to play a6, cover the b5 square. But here we felt that Dieter maybe had to do something more energetic. Some bishop g5, whatever, h4, something cray-cray to use his initiative. The way he played castles, rook d1, black just solved all his problems. Could even have played for more here by going ef, which he didn't do. This position, well, 3 results are unplayable. It looked like black was very fine. Well, bishop f6 was more of an attempt to equalize, which he did. Some more adventures later in the endgame. And Andreikin also sacrificed a pawn, or went for this e5 here, which wasn't strictly necessary. But the balance never seemed disturbed. Can you disturb the balance?
Upset the balance?
Yeah, disturb the piece, upset the balance. The final position. Game aficionados can analyze if maybe knight b6 was worth a shot, attempting c4 and b5. We will never know. Probably we will know if we switch on the computer, which would spit out stuff like this. But we will never know. Vachier-Kramnik looked like it was gonna be a dull affair. Very solid opening choice by both, really. Then Vachier induced a bit of life by going a takes b3, which in turn made Kramnik go for the very ambitious a5, creating a bunch of weaknesses. After which he had to be a little careful. Vachier missed the star move rook d4 mentioned by Lawrence Trent, even though the computer thinks it's not the best choice. Still put some pressure on the black position. Kramnik found a way to mix it though with this very creative idea. Give the pawn, go rook h4, h3, g4, activate your rook, create counterplay. Vachier neutralized it like this. Draw. And that leaves us with the only game still running, Bluebaum versus Wojtaszek, where the players followed a game by Anish Giri versus Erwin Lamy. Novelty here by Wojtaszek, bishop d7. He blitzed out his first like 20 moves, so no surprises for him. And then he even got into or Bluebaum even got into some mild trouble, was probably slightly outplayed somewhere around here. Rook b1 you weren't very fond of, and then b6, knight b3. This whole idea probably wasn't ideal, leaving himself without a knight. And he got into trouble. The black king just activated more quickly, so it looked like Radek was well on his way towards +2. But then, all of a sudden, Radek thought he had spotted a great idea. King b2 forces the rook off the a-file, and after rook d1 you can go a5, because without the rook on a1, there's no longer ba followed by a7 and the pawn promotes. Turns out this is still enough counterplay. Rook d6, star move, attacking this. And we've shown this many a time. This brings us to the position they currently have, which frankly I think is just a draw. Black will of course look for some options to spice it up. There's not enough material left to really win this.
There you go. That was a good summary, Jan. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Very well done.
That's all I had to say. So let's just be quiet.
I'm just debating what to force my partner to cook for us for dinner tonight. What do you think? Is that fair?
Can you force her to cook something?
I think it's part of the whole sitch.
Okay.
You know, what she signed up for.
Okay. So what would you... I know you're gluten-free, even though I don't know what gluten is. I know you don't go anywhere near it.
No.
So does that reduce the dinner options?
I try and avoid it. No, I mean, potatoes and rice are still fine.
Okay.
Meat, vegetables.
Pasta no good, yeah? Unless it's...
we have gluten-free pasta.
pasta?
We have gluten-free pastas.
Yeah.
You can get it in Edeka. Do you shop at Edeka?
I'm all over the place. Penny, Lidl, Edeka, Rewe. Okay.
Rewe is very expensive, I found.
Rewe is a bit pricey,
yeah.
But some nice Edekas
Aldi?
are also pricey. I don't go to Aldi much, even though I like it, but I don't have one nearby.
What is your nearest supermarket? Can you get to something by foot?
Yeah, I can get anywhere by foot. Actually, I have an Aldi I can get to by foot. I have a Netto.
Netto, beautiful. Nice.
I have a Lidl and an Edeka. Well, I can get anywhere by foot.
Do you go often, or?
Yeah, take the girlie.
Which
go
one?
for a little walk with the Kinderwagen. Do some shopping.
Kinderwagen?
The stroller.
A wagon for the kinder?
That's right.
The kinder car.
The kinder car.
Nice.
Sometimes I just go to these, what are they called? The Drogeriemärkte, very German thing, like these Rossmann and DM.
Oh, they're great, yeah.
Like they sell a lot of stuff nowadays.
They do,
you can
yeah.
just step in there.
Umbrellas.
Exactly.
Shampoo. Vitamins.
Right. But they sell food now as well.
They do,
You can
yeah.
get your milk,
Dark
your water,
chocolate.
your dark chocolate.
So, without the wife and the kiddie here, what what do you do with yourself?
It's a fair question. What have I
Apart
been
from
doing?
watch 6 hours of Netflix and Amazon.
No, I don't. I don't watch that much. Like, nothing much. I wake up.
You wake up, that's a good start.
Yeah, that's
Not
normally
waking
a good
up
start.
is
The
a
other
bad
day I
sign.
went to the Brakermühle, which is one of these German bakery chains next to my house.
Okay.
Got a coffee with a newspaper.
Oh, you're a newspaper guy?
No, normally I don't. But sometimes I like going out, get a coffee, and get a newspaper. Like we used to 10 years ago read it. Then I would go to the gym. I went to the gym for an hour. Then I was back. It was already like 12. Had a nap. Went here. Did commentary.
You had a nap. You had a little siesta today, yeah?
No, that's yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Today I really didn't do much.
Okay.
Today I watched Glow on Netflix.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a decent enough show.
I know that the show that we watched in Gibraltar there's a new series. What was it?
Which one is that? You're the Worst?
You're the Worst, right?
I've watched the first two.
I think we watched the first. Was it the first one?
Maybe. FG has been played, and Bluebaum has to take a decision. I believe both moves draw without particular troubles, but given his move order, I have a feeling he will prefer HG just keeping this pawn chain intact, and so that he always has the option to take this pawn or to exchange it should he feel the need. I think f3 is also perfectly fine because this h pawn will create enough trouble. But then black could at least dream of a world where his pieces are so coordinated that something could go wrong. And h3 has been played without any particular thought.
He probably thought about it, but
yeah, I think he thought about it before when he decided to go for h4 and not for g5. That internally wants h4 and h3. And yeah, there's a tremendous reserve of solidity in the white position. Because whenever you want to force a draw, like, no matter what happens, let's say, for a random move, you can even do stuff like this and this if you really don't trust your defenses anymore. Threatening f5 and what else is going to happen?
Win big.
So the thing is, rook and knight versus rook, it's just a dead draw at this level, especially if your king is not on h1. It's just nothing to do. So whenever you feel like you can force that, and of course you can also just sit and wait. Play e3.
He played knight c5, so I expect e3 now.
Yeah, we looked at this earlier. e3 is a very sensible move, keeping the f3 square, blocking the rook out. And king d5, you would probably try.
Maybe you can go g6 here
king
anyway.
f3, yeah, or g6. I guess works. But
g6 is just, you know, because
I also just like doing nothing.
In general, you like doing nothing, or
yeah, we've discussed this a minute ago.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's hard to see anyway. This could go wrong because you can always, whenever you feel like, you just prepare f5. Here we go.
It's very difficult.
What do you want? What do you want from me?
What are you running around? So in the chat, shout out to Grandmaster Passion, who's been active. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Der Henker, Dutch defender, Nilsro, Thrifty, and various others who have been Hans Gerhard, my boy, Lenz Spitzer, and lots of other guys who have been active today. Without you, the show does not go on. Is that right?
That's very true. I think they're all premium members, and yeah.
Without your guys' support,
thanks, guys.
Both I nor Jan would be able to entertain you like we always do. And e3 has been played, and yeah, this is exactly the way to play this position.
Yeah, there's really no need to rush anything for white. He's not worse. I think that's the thing. Whenever you feel like you can calculate if you can exchange all the pawns with f5.
I think king d5. Yeah,
well,
I mean,
this line is going to happen.
No, I think you go g6 here because you king e4 g7 is actually winning.
I don't know. I'm reluctant to touch this pawn. Like I feel like this is the way something could go wrong if you lose this pawn.
No, but now king f3. And
no, I'm sure it's still holding. I'm just
G8.
Generally I feel like I wouldn't do this.
And then you can go g7.
Yeah. I'm
exchange this other pawn, knight somewhere e4 and f5.
Yeah.
Like rook h6 and whatevs. Am I bungling it?
You'll bungle it. Nah, it's probably still fine.
Rook g6, rook d6, rook g6, rook e6. Yeah, it's basically. Is it?
Nah, it's still should still be okay, but I don't like disconnecting the pawns.
Yeah, I understand.
I understand. Really.
Yeah, I understand. You're right. That shows my lack of endgame talent, really, for the endgame.
No,
really.
It shouldn't matter. Like, there's always this idea to get rid of the pawns even on that line. But I wouldn't push this pawn unless it did anything.
So after king d5, king f3, if he passed with rook b3, let's say.
Well, now we
now
might
you
be
might
in a position to run. I don't know. But also, I just want to make a draw. I just go rook f7 and like go f5 next.
Yeah. Beautiful.
I'm not sure if it's beautiful, but it will be good news for Bluebaum. Bluebaum plays a lot of Catalans, doesn't he? I got a feeling it's by far his main opening against d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Maybe Radek, caught him a little off guard with his choice today. Not sure. So if we get 4 draws today, that would mean that after... You're the mathematician. Of the two of us, 4 times 6 is probably 24. The 24 games, only 4 decisive games. Not a lot, even though it hasn't been for lack of fighting every day.
No, it's been fighting.
Games are long, but
There have
people
been
are
fights.
defending lots of position. And Spitze is asking, is failure to win today what separates MVL from Magnus? It's always very hard to take one individual game and say that's the difference. I don't know. I don't disagree with that notion. Like, Magnus, okay, recently he's been struggling a bit, but you feel like peak Magnus, or the Magnus of the last 7 years, he would find a way to win this endgame against Fesace if somehow he would keep asking questions. But all along I've been praising Maxim's endgame skill as well, because he's such a good calculator. But yeah, I don't think it's one individual thing, and even rating-wise, it's 30 points between the two now, so it's not such a big gap anymore. But yeah, you would feel that he left a bit of equity on the table there today by not posing more problems for Fesace. Maxim crushed the field last year, right? He had like 5.5 out of 7 or something sick, I believe, at Dortmund.
Yeah, he got like 5.5, I think. I know Fabiano came second with plus.
Ah, yeah, Maxim beat Fabiano in that
Right.
Najdorf, and that was the separator.
Maybe this will be just a repetition now. Knight d2, king e2, knight e4, king f3, and
Can you try knight c4?
you can try, but you will not succeed. g6, rook e3, king f2, and careful, your knight is far away from the action.
That is true.
Rook
At
e3,
least I
king
made you
f2
go
might be.
g6.
It might still be a draw, but
Yeah, you have to really hustle back.
nah. I mean, this is
No, obviously you don't allow this. But, rook a8, rook h8 is already winning.
Yes. Da.
Okay, but still, there's something left to calculate. Is this insane?
This is getting a bit. No,
This
because
is a
then
little
g6,
insane,
knight
yeah.
e4, yeah.
Here we're coordinated, and
No.
this could end very
This could
badly.
end
Should
very-
still be a draw because it's only 1 pawn, but not the way you want to do it.
Einbauer.
Shout out to Radek if you, for finding some resources, but it's still most likely not enough to work with. E4, however,
No need to go e4.
no, I understand. I'm just looking for
Ways to bungle.
ways to spice it up. Even this is probably still a draw. This F5 option is so strong all the time, combined with
Yeah.
the runner.
Running around.
If I just defend, then the king can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No.
Even this, as always. Lot of margin of solidity, but here things can start going wrong. The knight controls these 2 squares, the king comes around. You don't want to put your rook passive. What are you doing? This feels, you have this, you feel a bit like Quagmire from Family Guy to me. Like, all you have to do is say giggity.
Giggity, 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 giggity,
There you go.
giggity, 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 giggity.
You do have a lot in common with Quagmire.
I
now
really
that
do.
Think about it.
Wish I was as thin as him.
This is one episode where he develops a massive right arm.
I haven't seen that.
So let's look at the last round pairings, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, people can actually hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I keep forgetting that. Like, I know there's not a lot of people watching, but I should still stop singing weird German words. If you can call that singing. Hang on, this is not what I wanted to show. I wanted to show this. Kramnik Bluebaum. As I said, it's going to be very important for Bluebaum to hold this today, to catch his breath. Still, of course, tough assignment to be black versus Kramnik, who has not won a game yet, will be desperate to win one, will do all he can. But it's never easy to beat a well-prepared 2-6-50 player. So that's going to be exciting, because Kramnik will push. Fesace, I think he's always pushing, or he's always playing entertaining chess. White versus Wang. Andreikin MVL, like this has a bit of the makings of a draw. Both players have
very interesting.
Drawn all their games. Andreikin is white, slightly overrated, but you never know. And Wojtaszek, depending on the tournament situation.
Yeah, he might halve out.
Dieter, maybe he's going to think, okay, if I make a draw, I'll be +1. Kramnik is a favorite to win, but he can't catch me. Then Andreikin, MVL might end in a draw. And then if Fesace, Wang also ends in a draw, I win the tournament with +1. So, you never know, but there will be some intrigue. And we should not give up hope that everybody will have 50% in the end. No, that can't happen. If Bluebaum would have to win for that. Hang on, I'm going crazy. Oh yeah, Bluebaum would have to win and then lose tomorrow. That would be the only way for everybody to have 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Yeah.
We'll just assume it's true.
No, it has to be true, right? Simple mathematics.
Simple mathematics. I learned chaos theory.
Okay.
The other week.
The other day?
Yeah. Can't remember the exact equation, but chaos theory. Somebody tried to explain it to me. It was something about the extremes. Somebody tried to explain it to me like, if you have a bowl and you drop 2 balls in this bowl from any side, they will eventually meet at the bottom of this bowl together, right? So it doesn't matter where you drop these balls from.
Okay.
And then if you have the ocean and you drop 2 balls in the ocean, there's a whatever percentage chance that these balls end up the furthest distance away from each other possible.
Okay.
And that's the idea of chaos theory. Somebody explain it in the chat. I know there's going to be a few mathematicians in there. But I was just very excited by the name, chaos theory.
Okay. I thought it was somebody talking about your opening repertoire. Chaos theory.
Also. Very much so. If anybody wants to explain it in slightly less convoluted terms, please feel free and do so in the chat.
Oops, what have I done? Yeah, this is the only way to prolong the game. But then G6, as pointed out by Lawrence Trent, this is a better version to start pushing your G pawn. Yeah. Even though I'd still only do it reluctantly. But it is good enough to hold the fort. You don't want to go G7 because then, yeah, you sort of cut your own rook off. Therefore, what is the easiest? King D3 maybe? I don't know. This knight is now on the wrong circuit, as we like to say in the chess circuit. Should have started the poker circuit this night. And after rook F7 I have all the options I need to make a draw. What else is there?
There isn't really much else.
There's not much else, is there? Kiftir is saying it's basically some system where a small change affects the system greatly.
All right.
Is that like these time travel movies I've seen?
Butterfly
effect.
Right. Oh, maybe butterfly effect is chaos theory. Hold on. Is that true? Maybe that's true. Ask. The butterfly effect. There we go. Wow. So my example was wrong, right?
Probably. King E2, knight E4 back. Radek has decided he doesn't want to mess with Gora on the G-pawn and is willing to repeat moves. Or at least once. Maybe he just wants to play with Bluebaum's feelings using the old Russian theorem that if you have a superior position, you should always repeat moves once to mess with your opponent. But no, he does not do that. He offered a draw with 94. He's accepted that there is nothing to do. And all 4 games end peacefully, even though it wasn't for lack of fighting. There's a question in the chat by International Master DBs. I'm not sure who that is.
No,
He's saying, where can I buy the Lawrence t-shirt?
We. W-E is the name of the company. We.
We?
We. We.
Like yes in French?
No, like we as in
You and me?
you and me.
Okay. Let's
That's
briefly show the standings and results. I think these are still yesterday's news.
it. No.
No, this is okay. I just have to do something complicated. Here we go. Sorry. Wojciech 3.5 out of 6. Won't be thrilled about today's game. Fesace 3, Andreikin 3, Bluebaum 3, Vachier 3, MVL 3, and then we have somebody. Where do I have this? I think I put it over here, maybe. Yeah. Somebody else. Lividiter Nisipeanu on 3, and the former world champion and world number 2 Vladimir Kramnik in sole last after 6 of 7 rounds.
Who would have guessed it, huh?
With -1. So pretty together the field, but we can't get everybody finishing on 50%. In order for that to happen, we needed a Bluebaum victory, followed by a Bluebaum loss tomorrow. Still, we are in for a hopefully exciting round, where everybody can still win the tournament. I'm not sure if that's true, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Kramnik probably can't win, because with a win, he would only have 50%, and then he wouldn't have the right tiebreakers. And I will leave the famous last words to none other than International Master Lawrence Trent.
If your life has been thrown into chaos, remember that chaos is only when the present determines the future, but the approximate present does not approximately determine the future. Think about that when you go home tonight and eat your salad.
I won't.
Okay. New time tomorrow. Don't forget. That's important.
2 hours earlier.
2 hours earlier.
Which is 1 p.m. German time.
We'll be here, me and Jan, finishing this tournament.
We're going to have to set the alarm.
We're going to have to set the alarm. And that's all I got, actually. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for joining us.